Honourable delegates, we shall begin this afternoon's assembly. My name is Milton Dick and I am the Speaker of the Australian Parliament, a member of the Executive Committee representing the Asia Pacific Group, and it is my honour to chair this afternoon's session. We begin by hearing from Ethiopia. Followed by San Marino. Ethiopia, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, honourable members of Parliament, distinguished delegates, I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the IPU for convening this important assembly under the theme of upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in the times of crisis. We gather here at a time when humanitarian norms are under unprecedented threat. Across the world, civilians, humanitarian workers, medical personnel are increasingly affected by conflict and violence. The erosion of the respect of international humanitarian law, the very foundation of our shared humanity, has placed millions of lives at risk. In this challenging environment, parliamentarians bear a moral and political duty to safeguard the principles, strengthen multilateralism, and ensure the humanitarian action is protected and adequately supported. Upholding humanitarian norms is not legal commitment, it is an ethical imperative. Mr. President, Ethiopia has long been a steadfast supporter of international humanitarian law, and Ethiopia is a state partly to the 4 Geneva Convention and additional protocols. We are also partly to major human rights treaties and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Domestically, our constitution and national laws uphold these obligations. For instance, the Refuge Proclamation in 1919 stands as progressive refuge law, granting refugees the right to work, access to education and health services, and live with the dignity. And also, Ethiopia has maintained an open-door policy, currently hosting 1.1 million refugees, primarily from the neighboring countries in crisis. Through the justice system and our judicial reforms, we continue to ensure accountability, protect fundamental rights, and provide access to justice in humanitarian situations. In addition, in recent development, Ethiopia, as a co-chair of the International Humanitarian Law and Peace work stream under the ICRC Global Initiative launched in September 2024, is playing a key leadership role in ongoing efforts to translate humanitarian principles into practical actions. We are working actively to create tangible outcomes that bring these principles from the paper to the ground, ensuring the humanitarian norms guide not only policy but also practice. Beyond legal commitments, Ethiopia has taken concrete action to strengthen humanitarian system and resilience. Our government has launched a national digital identification program that includes refugees, ensuring they can access service and participate in the economy. With the support of international partners, Ethiopia extends social protection, health insurance, and livelihood opportunities to refugees, demonstrating a model inclusive humanitarian response. These efforts reflect our conviction that humanitarian action must be integrated with development and peace efforts guided by the national ownership and international solidarity. Mr. President, honorable members of the Parliament, in times of crisis, we parliamentarians are uniquely positioned to uphold humanitarian norms by enacting and monitoring legislation aligned with international humanitarian law, ensuring budgetary allocation for humanitarian responses and refuge protection, even amidst economic constraints, exercising oversight to ensure transparency and accountability in aid delivery, and using parliamentary diplomacy to foster dialogue, prevent conflict, and strengthen multilateral cooperation. To conclude, Ethiopia's experience demonstrates that upholding humanitarian norms actions are not separate tasks, but mutually reinforcing duties through national legislation, regional cooperation, and multilateral engagement. We can build societies that protect life, dignity, and peace, even in the most difficult times. Let us reaffirm our collective commitment to protect civilians, respect international humanitarian law, and ensure that humanitarian action remains impartial, neutral, and guided by compassion. Our shared humanity must always transcend our differences. I really thank you very much.
Thank you, Ethiopia. We shall now hear from San Marino, followed by Belarus. San Marino, you have the floor.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it is an honor for me to take the floor on behalf of the Inter-parliamentary Group of the Republic of San Marino at this assembly dedicated to a theme of crucial importance for the international community. Our time is marked by incredible levels of violence and instability. More than 120 armed conflicts are currently ongoing worldwide. Millions of people have been forced to flee their homes, and hundreds of million lives in condition of humanitarian emergency. In this context, respect for international humanitarian law, the cornerstone of the Geneva Convention, represents not only a legal obligation, but also a moral and a civil imperative. The Republic of San Marino, faithful to its long-standing value of neutrality, humanity, and solidarity, reaffirms its full support for every initiative aimed at promoting respect for humanitarian norms, protecting civilian population, and ensuring that humanitarian action can be carried out independently, impartially, and safely. We believe that in times of crisis, the defense of fundamental humanitarian principles cannot be sacrificed to short-term political or security considerations. On the contrary, it is precisely in times of crisis that respect for human dignity becomes the true measure of our civilization and of the credibility of the international institutions. In a multilateral system that nowadays is under strain due to geopolitical division and a worrying decline in trust, the role of Parliament is essential. Parliaments are the people's voice. They are guardians of democratic values and serve as a bridge between local communities and the international political sphere. As parliamentarians, we can and we must translate the principle of international humanitarian law in national legislation and ensure adequate resources for cooperation and humanitarian aid. So as we have to promote informed public debates, to counter disinformation and reaffirm the centrality of the human's beings. San Marino, though it is small in size, has always believed in the strength of multilateralism and parliamentary diplomacy as tools for peace and cooperation. We will continue to support, both in international fora and in our national framework, policies that place at their core the protection of life, dignity, and human rights, without distinction. In this spirit, our delegation strongly supports the initiative launched by the International Committee of the Red Cross and the United Nations to renew respect for humanitarian norms, strengthen their action, and provide concrete support to humanitarian workers who risk their lives every day to save others. Mr. President, colleagues, the crisis that our world is facing today, from armed conflicts to climate disaster, from health emergencies to food insecurity, both demand a collective commitment based on solidarity, cooperation, and shared responsibility. The Republic of San Marino reaffirms its readiness to cooperate with other parliaments and with international organizations to promote a culture of peace and humanity, ensuring that no person is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, San Marino. The next person to address the floor will be Belarus. Belarus, you have the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the topic proposed for consideration at today's Assembly is of particular importance. As one of the founding states of the United Nations and a party to the 1949 Geneva Conventions and their additional protocols, the Republic of Belarus emphasizes the special role of international humanitarian law in the set of factors that shaped the current system of international peace and security. Belarus ensures the faithful implementation of humanitarian norms, actively participate in humanitarian activities, and in the work of international conferences of the Red Cross and Red Crescent, promotes the strengthening and dissemination of knowledge about international humanitarian law. The President of the Republic of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, pays special attention to humanitarian issues. To fulfill our obligations, the government of Belarus has established a commission for the implementation of international humanitarian law in national legislation. Great assistance to the state in carrying out humanitarian activities provides by the Belarusian Red Cross Society. We hope that the full-fledged status of the Belarusian Red Cross Society, which has been suspended due to a politicized decision, will be restored in the International Federation as soon as possible. Today, Belarus has built the most effective system of providing humanitarian assistance to affected states. A procedure for making decisions on its delivery is determined by the presidential decree. Since 1999, at the initiative of the Belarusian state, assistance has been provided to 34 countries around the world. It varies from sending rescuers to delivering humanitarian supplies and financial support. Belarusian specialists have proven to be among the best trained in international missions. The activities of Belarus in providing humanitarian assistance are not just a gesture of goodwill, but a manifestation of responsible participation in solving global problems. It demonstrates the active role of the country in international arena, contributes to the strengthening of mutual understanding and trusting relations between states. Humanitarian aid is an important tool of the Belarusian foreign policy and a clear example of the commitment of the Belarusian state to the ideas of mercy and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you, Belarus. We move to the next speaker from the Netherlands. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, on behalf of the Netherlands delegation, it's an honor to address you at this General Assembly. We meet under a theme that speaks to the heart of our shared humanity, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. Humanitarian values are not merely policies. They define who we are in moments of greatest fragility. Even in war, disaster, or despair, they must remain a line we do not cross, the line of human dignity. Today, technology reshapes how we respond to these crises. Artificial intelligence can guide relief, predict disasters, and reunite families torn apart by conflict. It can make our compassion more effective. But without ethics and oversight, it can deepen suffering, spreading disinformation, enabling repression, and blurring the line between human and machine. At the same time, the line between truth and falsehood, fact and deception, grows ever more diffuse. Increasingly, we see AI being used by state actors to influence and undermine democratic elections, eroding trust in institutions, and weakening the very foundations of the rule of law. Our duty as parliamentarians is clear: to ensure that progress serves humanity, never the reverse. That means committing to three principles. First, responsible innovation, guided by human rights and humanitarian law. Secondly, transparency and accountability, keeping the human hand and conscience in the loop. And three, equal access, because solidarity must not depend on who owns the data. At the heart of humanitarian action lies empathy. Every life counts, every person matters. AI can support this mission, but it can never replace the moral courage it demands. Colleagues, let us not ask what technology can do for us, but what we can do together to ensure innovation strengthens the value that unites us. Let us build a future where human dignity and digital progress walk hand in hand, not in conflict, but in harmony. The Netherlands stands ready to work with all of you, guided by conscience, compassion, and our shared humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Netherlands. The next person to address the floor, Tunisia, followed by the Republic of Korea. Tunisia, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة رؤساء البرلمانات الأفاضل والزملاء الكرام، حضرات السيدات والسادة، يطيب لنا بهذه المناسبة أن نحيي جمعكم الكريم وأن نتقدم نيابة عن السيد إبراهيم بودربالة رئيس مجلس نواب الشعب التونسي، وأصالة عنا نحن أعضاء الوفد التونسي، بأصدق عبارات الشكر والتقدير إلى كل القائمين على تنظيم مختلف أنشطة الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي. السيدات والسادة، إن نقاشنا العام حول محور السهر على احترام المعايير الإنسانية
ودعم العمل الإنساني في الأوقات الأزمات يكتسي أهمية بالغة، خاصة مع ما يشهده عالمنا اليوم من عنف وصراعات مسلحة تصاعدت وتيرتها في أكثر من مكان، وهو ما يتطلب منا كممثلين لشعوبنا على صعيد دولنا وفي إطار المنظمات البرلمانية الإقليمية والدولية وفي مقدمتها الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي الالتزام بشكل أوثق بالقانون الدولي وبالمعايير الإنسانية دعماً للعمل الإنساني من أجل التصدي للانتهاكات الصارخة لميثاق منظمة الأمم المتحدة والحرص على تفعيل آليات الدبلوماسية البرلمانية والحكومية. وإنه لا يخفى علينا جميعاً أن اتفاقيات جنيف 49 ولئن مثلت جوهر القانون الدولي الإنساني، فإن التطورات المتواترة والخطيرة التي طبعت الأوضاع العالمية كشفت قصور النظام متعدد الأطراف في الاستجابة للتحديات الإنسانية الكبرى والمآسي التي ما زالت تعاني منها العديد من الشعوب وتخلفها النزاعات المسلحة. ونحن نسأل عن دور مجلس الأمن في منع الانتهاكات السافرة لحقوق الإنسان في مناطق النزاعات المسلحة والتي بلغت ذروتها حد اقتراف جرائم حرب وإبادة جماعية ضد الإنسانية. ولا شك أن ما يحدث في فلسطين من فظاعات وممارسات وحشية يجعلنا نجدد إدانتنا لحرب الإبادة والتجويع والتنكيل والتهجير التي يمارسها الكيان الصهيوني ضد المدنيين العزل في غزة واعتداءاته المتكررة مع جحافل المستوطنين على الضفة الغربية. وإذ تعبر تونس عن ارتياحها لما تم التوصل إليه من اتفاق لوقف إطلاق النار في غزة، فإنها تهيب بالمجتمع الدولي لتحمل مسؤوليته في ضمان ديمومته، كما تشدد على أن هذا الاتفاق لا يجب أن يحجب المسؤولية الدولية في مواصلة ملاحقة مسؤولي الكيان المحتل لمحاسبتهم على ما ارتكبوه من جرائم إبادة وتنكيل جماعي. ونجدد التأكيد على موقف بلادنا تونس المبدئي والثابت الداعم لقضية الشعب الفلسطيني العادلة ومساندتها اللامشروطة لنضاله من أجل استرداد حقوقه الوطنية المشروعة، وفي مقدمتها حقه في إقامة دولته المستقلة كاملة السيادة على أرض فلسطين وعاصمتها القدس الشريف. وفي هذا السياق تستنكر الاعتداء الجائر الذي طال جمهورية إيران الإسلامية الشقيقة، كما نندد بالاعتداءات الصهيونية المتواصلة التي ما تزال تطال سيادة الشقيقتين لبنان وسوريا، واستمرار الاعتداءات على الشعب اليمني الشقيق، وآخرها استهداف دولة قطر الشقيقة وانتهاك حرمة أراضيها وسيادتها الوطنية. كيف للقانون الإنساني الدولي ولمواثيق حقوق الإنسان أن يظل جامدين دون تعديل لأحكامهما تكيفاً مع التغيرات وتفادياً للتقصير في مجال الحماية الفعلية التي يوفرانها لضحايا النزاعات المسلحة؟ وكيف لمجلس الأمن الدولي الذي شدد في قراره أن التنمية والسلام والأمن وحقوق الإنسان عناصر مترابطة يعزز بعضها البعض ألا يتخذ إجراءات فعلية وحقيقية للتصدي للجنون الإرهابي الذي يمارسه الكيان المحتل الذي يضع منطقة الشرق الأوسط على أعتاب صراع واسع النطاق وللحيلولة دون تماديه واستخفافه بالشرعية الدولية؟ إن تونس تعتز بانتمائها العربي الإفريقي وتثمن التعاون البرلماني الثنائي ومتعدد الأطراف، ومن هذا المنبر ندعو إلى ضرورة توحيد الصفوف وتكثيف التعاون. ملاحظة أخيرة: بعد قرن أو قرنين سنكون جميعنا في التاريخ مجرد معطى أو خبر أو حادثة مدونة في فقرة أو نص. سوف تروي كتب التاريخ أن كيانا همجيا محتلا غاصبا يدعى الكيان الصهيوني ارتكب أفظع جريمة وأبشع حرب إبادة في تاريخ الإنسانية في حق شعب أعزل في قطاع غزة، ولن يقدر أي من الحاضرين هنا على تغيير التاريخ. التاريخ يغير الآن باستعادة الحقوق. المجد لكل الشعوب المقاومة من أجل كرامتها وسيادتها وحريتها، العزة والخلود والشرف لشعبنا العربي في فلسطين، كل فلسطين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
The next speaker will be the Republic of Korea, followed by Costa Rica. The Republic of Korea, you have the floor.
존경하는 의장님, 각국 대표단 여러분 안녕하십니까? 대한민국 대표로 참석한 국회의원 윤재옥입니다. 오늘 저는 위기시 인도주의적 규범 준수와 인도주의 활동 지원이라는 주제로 대한민국의 경험과 제언을 말씀드리고자 합니다. 전쟁, 기후위기, 재난, 그리고 감염병의 확산은 전 세계 어디서나 발생할 수 있는 현실적 위협입니다. 이러한 위기 속에서도 인류가 함께 지켜야 할 공동의 원칙은 분명합니다. 바로 국제 인도주의 법과 인도적 규범의 준수, 그리고 인도주의 행동의 보장입니다. 먼저 우리는 국제 인도주의 법의 존중과 이행을 다자적으로 강화해야 합니다. 의회는 정부의 인도적 지원과 국제 협력 예산을 승인하고 법적 틀을 마련한 주체로서 중요한 책임을 지니고 있습니다. 대한민국 국회는 2007년 해외 긴급 구호에 관한 법률을 제정하여 국가 차원의 인도적 지원 체제를 제도화하였고, 우리 정부는 인도적 지원 전략 개정안 및 국제개발협력 종합시행계획 등의 체계를 바탕으로 위기가 만성화된 지역에 인도적 지원을 실시하며 지역 주민의 고통 경감에 실질적으로 기여하고, 자연재해나 무력 충돌로 인한 긴급 재난 발생 시에도 신속하게 대응하여 피해 지역의 조속한 회복을 돕고 있습니다. 이러한 노력은 인도주의 원칙, 인류의 공평성, 중립성, 독립성을 법적 기반 위에 세우는 중요한 진전입니다. 다음으로 오늘날 다자주의는 정치적 분열과 경제적 압박으로 위기를 맞이하고 있습니다. 그러나 위기 상황일수록 우리는 국가적 약속과 국제적 연대를 통해 인도주의 행동을 지켜야 합니다. 대한민국 정부는 경제 외교적 제약 속에서도 우크라이나, 수단, 가자지구 등 분쟁 지역에 긴급 구호와 인도적 지원을 지속하고 있습니다. 특히 우리 외교부와 국제협력단은 UN 난민기구, UN 세계식량계획 등의 국제기구와 협력하여 난민 보호, 식량 지원 등 다자적 인도주의 사업을 적극 추진하고 있습니다. 이것은 정치적 이해관계보다 인간의 생명과 존엄을 우선하는 국가적 약속의 실천이라 할 수 있습니다. 마지막으로 인도주의 의제를 강화하기 위해서는 포용적이고 다자적인 접근이 필요합니다. 정부, 의회, 국제기구, 시민사회, 그리고 민간기업이 함께 참여해야 합니다. 대한민국은 인도적 지원 민관협력 프로그램을 통해 국내 민간단체와 협력하여 긴급 구호, 조기 복구, 재난위험 경감, 난민 및 국제 실향민 지원, 분쟁화 성폭력 대응 등의 사업을 수행하고 있습니다. 이러한 사회 전 구성원의 연대가 인도주의 의제를 실질적으로 진전시키는 핵심입니다. 존경하는 각국 대표 여러분, 위기 속 인도주의 규범의 준수는 선택이 아니라 의무이며 그 이행을 위한 행동은 우리 모두의 공동 책임입니다. 대한민국은 앞으로도 국제 인도주의법과 국제 인도법의 존중과 인도적 행동의 강화를 위해 입법과 정책 그리고 협력을 통해 계속 기여할 것입니다. 경청해 주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you, the Republic of Korea. We shall now hear assembly from Costa Rica, followed by the Philippines.
Señor presidente, distinguidos delegados, Costa Rica reitera su compromiso en garantizar el respeto a las normas humanitarias y apoya la acción humanitaria en situaciones de crisis. En Costa Rica, de acuerdo con nuestra Constitución política, le corresponde al presidente de la República y al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores dictar la política exterior de nuestro país. Les hablaré en nombre de la democracia más estable de la América Latina, donde el respeto por la libertad, la paz y la división de poderes se encuentra en el corazón de todos los costarricenses. Costa Rica abolió su ejército en el año 1948 y desde esa época tenemos elecciones libres, ininterrumpidas y estables. En Costa Rica, de acuerdo en ese contexto y ante la escalada de conflictos armados prolongados en distintas regiones del mundo, con una alta tasa de violencia perpetrados por actores estatales y no estatales, nuestro Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores ha realizado múltiples llamados en instancias nacionales e internacionales a no claudicar en el esfuerzo que deben realizar las naciones y su compromiso de garantizar el respeto a las normas humanitarias y apoyar la acción humanitaria en situaciones de crisis. Igualmente, Costa Rica, con su autoridad moral de un país de paz, hizo un llamado a la comunidad internacional en la Asamblea de las Naciones Unidas el pasado mes de septiembre a mantenerse firme en el fortalecimiento del derecho internacional humanitario. Costa Rica ha sido insistente en plantear que solo a través del diálogo, del respeto al derecho internacional, tendiendo puentes, buscando acuerdos y logrando consensos, es como se logrará avanzar aún en circunstancias difíciles. Costa Rica ha demostrado que aún las naciones pequeñas como la nuestra, si mostramos nuestro liderazgo, integridad y visión necesarias para enfrentar desafíos globales, podemos incidir ante las demás naciones para atender con esperanza la difícil crisis humanitaria mundial. Costa Rica reitera su compromiso con la asistencia humanitaria en tiempos de crisis y constantemente nuestro Parlamento ha manifestado mediante acuerdos legislativos la decisiva y contundente posición de respeto a los derechos humanos en los territorios donde son reclamados. Nuestro país llama la atención con insistencia para que se suministre la asistencia humanitaria en todos los rincones del planeta donde sea necesario. Estos esfuerzos deben ser canalizados en el marco de las capacidades de todas las naciones y cooperantes. Proveer asistencia humanitaria no solo es un imperativo humano, sino también ético y moral. Costa Rica continúa siendo firme en mostrar y promover su vocación pacifista como ejemplo para el mundo y trabaja sin descanso por lograr la paz, el desarme, el entendimiento y el respeto de los derechos humanos. Esta es la única forma de lograr preservar la dignidad humana y limitar los graves efectos de los conflictos armados. Desde nuestras instancias oficiales, Costa Rica apoya el multilateralismo en momentos de desafíos globales. A nivel interno, nuestro país y a través de la Comisión Costarricense del Derecho Internacional Humanitario, constituida en el año 2024, Costa Rica mantiene un trabajo constante en la integración nacional de estas normas internacionales, fomentando la educación, capacitación y difusión del derecho internacional humanitario. Finalmente, es nuestro deber, es el deber de la Unión Interparlamentaria, como organización con una vasta participación de naciones, mantener encendida la antorcha del diálogo, la búsqueda de puntos de encuentro, promoviendo la financiación humanitaria mundial, actualizando las normas humanitarias básicas y privilegiando el respeto de la dignidad y los derechos humanos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Costa Rica. We shall now hear from Senator Erwin Tuflo from the Philippines. Philippines, you have the floor. Is yours, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We gather here at this 151st Assembly in a period of profound global difficulty. Across various regions of the world, violent conflicts continue to persist despite all efforts towards peace. Some have just erupted, others are on the brink, while several others have endured for decades. The consequences are devastating, ladies and gentlemen. Lives lost, communities displaced, and vital infrastructures destroyed. As many as 343 million people now face acute food insecurity. The 2025 United Nations report states that 280 million suffer from severe hunger, while over 300 million require urgent humanitarian assistance. Famine continues and are worsening in Sudan, Gaza, South Sudan, and Haiti. By mid-2024, more than 123 million people were forcibly displaced as wars and illegal occupations ravaged their homes and livelihoods, often in blatant violation of international humanitarian law. At the same time, climate-related disasters continue to intensify. The year 2024 was the hottest on record, with 90 million people displaced from high-risk climate zones. Mr. President, dear colleagues, these are stark reminders that conflict and climate both threaten our shared humanity. We cannot and must not accept this as the norm. Wars and violent conflicts have no place in a civilized world where we live in. As one community of nations, we have long established the means to prevent and mitigate such sufferings to the Geneva Conventions and their additional protocols, to which the Philippines has ratified and acceded. The challenge today lies not in the absence of rules, but in the lack of compliance and collective will. We must therefore be more resolute in protecting the most vulnerable, the elderly, our women and children, and ensuring accountability for those who violate international humanitarian law. Inaction in the face of such human suffering would be the greatest injustice of all. For our part, the Philippines renounces war as an instrument of national policy and upholds peace, justice, cooperation, and amity among all nations as enshrined in our Constitution. We continue to support the full, safe, and unhindered delivery of humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza, while we also remember the innocent lives lost in Israel 2 years ago. We regard these acts of violence against civilians as grave violations of international humanitarian law where they occur. The Philippines welcomes the announcement of Israel-Hamas peace plan, which represents a monumental step towards de-escalation and breathes fresh hope into all those affected in the region. Likewise, our country, the Philippines, joins the global call for cessation of hostilities in Russia-Ukraine conflict. This war has inflicted immense human and economic suffering, not only upon those directly involved, but upon the entire world. Therefore, we urge all parties to pursue genuine dialogue and diplomacy towards a just and lasting peace, consistent with the UN Charter towards a just and lasting peace, with the UN Charter and the principles of international law. Just this August, the Philippines co-hosted the Asia-Pacific Regional Conference on International Humanitarian Law, where we reaffirm our commitment to strengthen regional cooperation and translate humanitarian principles into effective action. As we seek, as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council in 2026, the Philippines pledges to work closely with all nations to uphold the rule of law, advance the peaceful resolution of conflicts, and ensure the protection of civilians in all circumstances. Finally, Madam President, distinguished colleagues, the Philippines envisions a world where respect for international humanitarian law is not only aspirational, but operational, not only occasional, but enduring. Thank you and good afternoon to you.
Thank you, Senator Tuflo from the Philippines. We will now hear from Norway, Ms. Linda Merkesdal, followed by Belgium.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, fellow members of Parliament. Today I want to speak about the principle that lies at the heart of Norwegian foreign policy and humanitarian engagement. The unwavering commitment to uphold international humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. We are living in a moment where the international humanitarian law designed to protect civilians and ensure dignity in war is under attack. In multiple conflict contexts, we see blatant disregards for these norms. Hospitals are being bombed, aid convoys are blocked, and humanitarian workers are targeted. This is not just a legal failure, it's a moral one. Norway has made a priority to defend international humanitarian law and promote complicates. This is not a passive commitment. It's an active, deliberate, and principled. We support organizations that provide life-saving assistance in some of the world's most challenging environments: Ukraine, Sudan, Palestine. These are places where civilian faces unimaginable hardship and where humanitarian access is often obstructed. We stand by our partners when they are unfairly accused. When many donors suspend funding to UNRWA and other UN agencies in Gaza, Norway continues to support and defeat the work. Because we believe that the principled humanitarian action must not be politicized. Accountability is essential. Norway was among the 40 countries that referred to the situation in Ukraine to the International Crime Court. And we took the initiative to ask the UN General Assembly to request an advisor opinion from the International Court of Justice in whether Israel violated international law by preventing humanitarian assistance to Palestine under the occupation. These are not symbolic gestures. They are a step forward to justice. We support the ECRSC initiative to galvanize political commitment to the international humanitarian law, and most recently, we endorsed Australia's Declaration for the Protection of Humanitarian Personnel, because those who risk their lives to help others must be protected. In times of crisis, humanitarian principles must not be compromised. They must be defended by governments, by civil society, and by each and every one of us. Norway will continue to champion the international humanitarian law, standing with those who uphold it and speak out when it's violated. Because in the end, our humanity is measured not by how we act in times of peace, but how we respond in times of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mørkesdal from Norway. Assembly will now hear from Mr. Andries Griffoy from Belgium. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you. Dear Chair, dear colleagues, the numbers are real. In 2025, over 300 million people are in need of urgent humanitarian aid due to escalating crisis. A sharp increase if you compare with 2019. Humanitarian needs today are not only driven by wars and conflicts, but also by climate disasters, health crisis, and forced displacement. At the same time, the resources to respond are shrinking and the political will is under pressure. Citizens expect their governments to manage scarce resources responsibility, and that's also okay. The discussion about safeguarding humanitarian action cannot remain at the level of abstract declaration. It must become concrete, realistic, and feasible. All too often, we speak about humanitarian action as it were the exclusive domain of international organizations. But national and regional governments also carry a big responsibility. They are the first responders. They initiate requests for international assistance, they coordinate relief efforts, and they set the legal and regulatory frameworks for operations within their borders. They must lead and oversee the entire response, from disaster preparedness to recovery. Governments are the closest to the citizens. They control the budgets, and they have the democratic mandate to decide on priorities. They also serve as crucial facilitators to work with local actors to provide assistance to ensure protection and to integrate external aid into existing national systems. Without this anchoring, humanitarian responses risk being fragmented or ineffective. We see that in Belgium also. Our country has a dedicated humanitarian budget within its development cooperation policy. We support emergency aid through our local organizations such as Red Cross, Caritas, Doctors Without Borders, and our emergency response team, BFAST. Humanitarian commitments must be rooted in what national and regional parliaments can realistically endorse and finance. And furthermore, humanitarian principles are universal, but resources are not unlimited. We need to be honest about this. This temptation is always to promise more than one can deliver, but that leads to disillusion and mistrust, both among our citizens at home and among partners abroad. And in Belgium, we know this reality all too well. Our parliaments debate every euro spent. When we release humanitarian funds, we have to explain clearly to our citizens why we are releasing them, how we will do it, and what impact we are expecting. This kind of transparency is essential. In my opinion, safeguarding humanitarian aid also means resisting the idea that more multilateralism is always the answer. Coordination is important, yes, but coordination without responsibility and finances is meaningless. Colleagues, we know that multilateral cooperation has its place. The Geneva Conventions remain the cornerstone of humanitarian law, but today the system is under strain. Geopolitical rivalries, mistrust, and bureaucracy too often slow down urgent action. And that's why many regions prefer to work through reliable partners on the ground, which they know. When humanitarian projects are funded, it is important to demand traceability and results. Subsidiarity, act where you are closer to the citizens and cooperate only where added value is proven, makes aid credible. So what can we do? From a parliamentary perspective, I see the three concrete tasks. First is realism. Parliaments must hold governments accountable for their commitments. Second is targeting the most vulnerable. And third, protecting humanitarian space. Colleagues, the real strength of humanitarian action does not lie in grand declarations, but in practical, national and regional commitments which are feasible and funded, or for which there is accountability. International cooperation only has value when it's built on this foundation. The question is not whether we need multilateralism, but how to make it work? The answer lies in subsidiarity. Strong, responsible action by national and regional governments, supported, not replaced by international frameworks. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Greffoy. We will now hear from ECOWAS, followed by Rwanda.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les Présidents, honorables délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un honneur et une très grande responsabilité de prendre la parole devant cette 151e Assemblée de l'Union interparlementaire, à un moment où notre humanité est mise à rude épreuve. Avec plus de 120 conflits armés et 310 millions de personnes ayant besoin d'aide humanitaire, nous prenons conscience des défis considérables auxquels notre monde est confronté et surtout de l'urgence de réaffirmer la primauté des normes humanitaires et d'agir collectivement. Je porte ici la voix d'une région, celle de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, confrontée à des crises humanitaires profondes, terrorisme, déplacements forcés, insécurité alimentaire et catastrophes climatiques. Rien qu'en Afrique de l'Ouest et centrale, le HCR dénombre plus de 12 millions de personnes déplacées ou apatrides. Face à cette réalité, les parlementaires doivent être vus comme des gardiens de la dignité humaine et des défenseurs des plus vulnérables. Je souhaite mettre l'accent sur 4 dimensions clés qui doivent définir notre engagement parlementaire collectif à défendre les normes humanitaires et à soutenir une action humanitaire fondée sur des principes. Premièrement, nos lois doivent être des boucliers. En tant que parlementaires, notre premier devoir est de veiller à ce que le droit international humanitaire soit transposé dans nos législations nationales et surtout respecté. La CEDEAO œuvre sans relâche pour cette harmonisation, car une crise dans un État membre est une crise dans toute la communauté. Deuxièmement, nous devons sécuriser l'action humanitaire sur le terrain. Les acteurs humanitaires doivent pouvoir agir en toute impartialité et indépendance. Trop souvent, les contestations politiques sont des obstacles bureaucratiques ou l'insuffisance de financement compromettent les réponses humanitaires. Nous devons défendre le financement humanitaire en tant qu'obligation morale et investissement stratégique pour garantir la stabilité. Pour nous, pays membres de la CEDEAO, les défis sont aggravés par les contraintes budgétaires, mais nous sommes déterminés à placer les questions humanitaires au cœur de notre agenda régional. Nous plaidons pour plus de moyens, mais aussi pour une utilisation transparente de l'aide humanitaire. Troisièmement, une approche holistique et inclusive s'impose. Les crises sont multidimensionnelles, nos réponses doivent l'être aussi. Relier l'urgence humanitaire au développement durable, notamment à la sécurité alimentaire, à l'adaptation climatique et à l'égalité des genres est une nécessité pour réduire les vulnérabilités. Enfin, nous devons renforcer la solidarité régionale et la responsabilité mondiale. Les crises ignorent les frontières, la CEDEAO s'engage par la médiation et le dialogue, mais nous avons besoin du soutien durable de la communauté internationale. Je lance un appel à l'UIP. L'action humanitaire ne doit être ni sélective ni politisée. Travaillons ensemble par la diplomatie parlementaire et le leadership éthique pour un monde où des normes humanitaires sont respectées et où chaque être humain est traité avec dignité. Excellence, je terminerai par cette sagesse africaine plus actuelle que jamais. Un arbre ne fait pas la forêt. Cette sagesse nous rappelle avec force que face à l'ampleur des défis humanitaires, c'est seulement en unissant nos forces, en formant un rempart solide et fraternel que nous pourrons surmonter les crises de notre époque et bâtir un monde plus sûr, plus humain et plus juste. Je vous remercie.
We shall now hear from Senator Nira Hamibana, the Vice President of the Senate from Rwanda. Senator, the floor is yours, and we shall then hear from Chile.
Right, Honorable Speaker and the Chairman of this session, Excellencies, dear colleagues, good afternoon. I would like to start by expressing my gratitude to the leadership of IPU for the successful organization of this 151st Assembly. I also extend my appreciation to the leadership and the people of Switzerland for their hospitality. Rwanda is a country that went through the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, where over 1 million Tutsi were killed. Given this first-hand worst experience, we stand as a firm advocate for the protection of human life, dignity, and the upholding of the humanitarian norms, especially in the times of crisis. We are committed to ensuring the respect and promotion of human rights for all. This commitment is reflected in our Constitution, national laws, national policies, and practices. The dedication of Rwanda in the implementation of international humanitarian law is demonstrated through a clear legal commitment and factual acts on the ground. Rwanda is a party to international instruments related to international humanitarian law, including the 1949 Geneva Conventions and the 1977 additional protocols. To ensure the successful implementation of these international conventions, we have integrated their principles and the provisions into our laws. Worldwide, Rwanda is among the largest contributors of peacekeeping troops and police units. Our contingents are trained in international humanitarian laws and the protection of civilians. They are frequently commended for their professionalism, resilience, and discipline in the challenging environments. We have established institutional frameworks that enable us to effectively strengthen the implementation of international law. In this regard, we've set the National International Humanitarian Law Committee, comprised of key government institutions, namely the Ministries of Defense, Justice, Interior, Health, Emergency, and others. This committee ensures that the international humanitarian law obligations are fully integrated into national policies and practices. Of utmost significance, Rwanda has demonstrated its commitment to humanitarian value by hosting more than 120,000 refugees, mainly from the Great Lakes region of Africa. And they are having access to essential services. Excellencies, dear colleagues, many countries committed to the respect of international humanitarian law, and unfortunately,
The violation of fundamental rights, especially in time of crisis, continues to occur across the globe. This gap between commitment and practices underscore the urgent need for stronger enforcement mechanisms, effective domestic legislation, and collective political will to uphold principles of international humanitarian law and protect those affected by armed conflict. In conclusion, as parliamentarians, we should move beyond the ratification of international conventions and take concrete steps to translate this commitment into tangible actions. Through legislation and effective oversight, parliamentary diplomacy, we should ensure the full respect of international implementation of international humanitarian law. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Senator from Rwanda. We will now hear from Senator Francisco Johan from Chile. Senator, the floor is yours. And then Lao.
Señora Presidenta, distinguidos colegas, representantes de los parlamentos del mundo. Nuestra organización, la Unión Interparlamentaria, nació a fines del siglo XIX para defender el derecho internacional humanitario y promover la paz entre las naciones. Desde su creación, la Unión Interparlamentaria se ha erigido en un espacio de encuentro para el diálogo, la cooperación y la diplomacia parlamentaria. Su objetivo ha sido y sigue siendo construir puentes donde otros levantan muros y colocar la dignidad humana en el centro de la acción política global. Hoy, más de un siglo después, ese compromiso adquiere renovada urgencia. El planeta enfrenta hoy 59 conflictos internacionales activos y más de 120 focos de violencia si incluimos la presencia de grupos beligerantes en distintos territorios. Cada uno de esos conflictos representa vidas truncadas, pueblos desplazados y derechos negados. Y nos recuerda que la paz no se impone, se construye con justicia, con respeto al derecho internacional y con la voz firme de los parlamentos. La Unión Interparlamentaria nació para eso, para que los parlamentarios del mundo alcen su voz cuando los principios del derecho internacional son vulnerados. En su corazón está la defensa de los derechos humanos de los propios parlamentarios, de aquellos que en distintos rincones del planeta son perseguidos, encarcelados o silenciados por ejercer la representación democrática. Pero también, y permítanme decirlo con franqueza, la vulneración más grave ocurre cuando los estados desoyen las resoluciones de esta Asamblea o de las Naciones Unidas y sus consejos de seguridad. Porque desconocer el derecho internacional no solo es una infracción jurídica, es una amenaza directa a la convivencia civilizada entre las naciones. Un caso paradigmático de esta negación es el del parlamentario palestino Marwan Barghouti, que permanece encarcelado desde hace más de 2 décadas en prisiones israelíes. Su situación simboliza el silencio impuesto a la representación política de un pueblo que anhela la autodeterminación y la justicia. Por eso, desde esta tribuna, llamo a la Unión Interparlamentaria a iniciar una campaña global para la liberación de Marwan Barghouti, como expresión concreta de nuestra defensa de los derechos de los parlamentarios y de la democracia representativa. Como presidente de la Comisión de Derechos Humanos del Senado de Chile y anteriormente de la Comisión de Relaciones Exteriores, quiero reafirmar el compromiso de mi país con el derecho internacional y la dignidad de las personas. La defensa de los derechos humanos no puede tener doble estándar. Debe aplicarse siempre y en todo lugar, venga de donde venga. Y fue ese impulso el que nos llevó a hacer las presentaciones ante la Corte Penal Internacional por el desplazamiento forzado de personas, por el castigo colectivo que ha sufrido la población en Gaza o frente a la sistemática vulneración de los derechos fundamentales por parte del usurpador del poder en Venezuela. Es esa la autoridad moral que debe distinguir la Unión Interparlamentaria, la coherencia entre los principios que proclamamos y las acciones que emprendemos. Por eso llamo desde Chile y desde esta Asamblea a que avancemos con determinación en una solución de dos estados que permita a Israel y Palestina convivir en paz, seguridad y reconocimiento mutuo. Esa paz solo será posible cuando se reconozcan plenamente los derechos inalienables del pueblo palestino, incluyendo el derecho al retorno, a la autodeterminación y a la existencia de un Estado libre y soberano. Y para concluir, colegas, quiero decir con esperanza, así como la Unión Interparlamentaria reconoce plenamente a Palestina como miembro de nuestra comunidad parlamentaria, ha llegado el momento que todos los gobiernos del mundo den el mismo paso. El reconocimiento del Estado palestino no es un gesto simbólico, es una llave concreta para construir la paz. Debemos levantarnos con fuerza en el respeto a los derechos humanos, en la solución pacífica de las controversias, en fortalecer el sistema de Naciones Unidas y la reforma necesaria al Consejo de Seguridad para preservar la paz y la convivencia internacional. Porque solo cuando todos los pueblos tengan un lugar legítimo entre las naciones, podremos decir que hemos honrado la misión que inspiró la creación de esta organización hace más de un siglo. Construir la paz exige coraje moral. Y el coraje moral que nos enseña la historia de la Unión Interparlamentaria siempre comienza cuando los parlamentarios deciden levantar la voz frente a la injusticia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Senator Shahan. We will now hear from Mr. Seniamat Monte from Lao People's Democratic Republic, followed by Switzerland.
Honorable Mr. Chair, esteemed parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, the world is facing unprecedented humanitarian challenges. Armed conflicts are ongoing across the world, with more than 1 million of people displaced and countless people in urgent need of assistance. Women, children, and vulnerable groups face the greatest difficulties, from food insecurity and tragically to prevent loss of life. These realities highlight the urgent need to strengthen international humanitarian law and ensure the principled humanitarian action. As a small country that has experienced the legacy of war, the Geneva Convention carries profound meaning for the Lao PDR. The ongoing presence of unexploded ordinances, which remain daily threat to our people and a major obstacle to development, is a stark reminder that the humanitarian consequences of war for future generations. For this reason, the Lao PDR has made UXO clearance a national priority by designating life saved from unexploded ordnance as its 18th National Sustainable Development Goal. As this issue is cross-cutting in nature, progress on this goal is fundamental prerequisite for achieving broader sustainable peace and prosperity. At the same time, we have taken steps to align governance with humanitarian principles through constitutional constitutional and legal reforms to uphold the rule of law. These efforts reflect our conviction that respect for human dignity must be realized both in times of crisis and in daily life. Distinguished colleagues, the Lao PDR reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the Geneva Conventions and their additional protocols, recognizing international humanitarian law and not merely as a legal framework, but as a moral covenant binding all nations. We stand in solidarity with all people affected by crisis and congratulate the valuable work of humanitarian stakeholders and relief workers who often at great personal risk and provide life-saving assistance. At the same time, the Lao PDR underscores the importance of multilateral cooperation and the role of parliaments in translating humanitarian norms into national legislation, oversight, and resource allocation to protect the most vulnerable. As a nation committed to peaceful coexistence, non-interference, and international cooperation, the Lao PDR is convinced that by adhering to the principle of distinction, proportionality, precaution, and humanity, parliaments can help alleviate suffering while fostering peace, stability, and sustainable development for future generations. Excellencies, on behalf of the Lao National Assembly, I wish to call upon all parliamentarians to prioritize three key areas. First, strengthen multilateralism. Second, parliaments play a vital role by adopting laws consistent with international principles while respecting national ensuring protection of vulnerable protection context. Third, promotion of parliamentary diplomacy as bridge of dialogue during crisis, fostering trust, cooperation, while upholding principle of the international humanitarian law. Finally, I extend my best wishes to the President of IPU and all parliamentarians. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lau. We shall now hear from Herr Laurent Verly from Switzerland, followed by Chad. Herr Verly, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Monsieur le Président de séance, Mesdames et Messieurs les Présidentes et Présidents de Parlement, Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires, chers collègues. Je prends aujourd'hui la parole au nom de la Suisse en tant que membre du Conseil national devant cette Assemblée où nous, élus du monde entier, nous rencontrons pour dialoguer et interagir en vue d'un monde où paix, prospérité et solidarité doivent se compléter pour nos populations et nos pays. Notre débat d'aujourd'hui sur le respect des règles humanitaires et le soutien à l'aide en temps de crise est plus que jamais d'actualité. En 2025, selon le Bureau de la coordination des affaires humanitaires des Nations Unies, plus de 310 millions de personnes dépendent de l'aide humanitaire et plus de 122 millions sont déplacés de force. Autre chiffre plus que regrettable, entre 2023 et 2025, nous connaissons une augmentation de 20 à 120 des conflits de niveau régional et plus. Tous, nous sommes ainsi confrontés par la situation du monde à un impératif moral, juridique et politique. Tous, nous devons nous mobiliser. Une mobilisation, en effet, hélas, toujours plus nécessaire en regard de ces évolutions géopolitiques dramatiques. Nous devons dès lors agir toujours plus et toujours plus de concert, car ce n'est qu'ensemble que nous serons plus forts pour agir notamment dans le renforcement du multilatéralisme comme seul cadre permettant de trouver et de mettre en œuvre des solutions efficaces et viables, notamment aussi pour renforcer les actions utiles et déterminantes en faveur des droits de l'homme, de leur respect et de leur mise en œuvre concrète là où ils sont bafoués. Fidèle à sa tradition humanitaire et à sa neutralité active, la Suisse est profondément engagée dans la défense du droit international humanitaire, dont elle est le dépositaire depuis l'adoption des conventions de Genève en 1949. Faut-il également rappeler que c'est sur notre territoire qu'Henri Dunant a fondé en 1863 ce qui deviendra le Comité international de la Croix-Rouge, pilier de l'action humanitaire moderne, dont la présidente et le futur vice-président sont des diplomates et anciens diplomates suisses chevronnés. Nous sommes convaincus que le multilatéralisme est le seul cadre permettant de trouver des solutions efficaces et viables. Notre stratégie vise donc à renforcer la place de la Genève internationale, certes malmenée par les récentes décisions américaines et d'autres pays de diminution des soutiens financiers, mais qui constitue toujours un écosystème unique au monde avec plus de 160 organisations œuvrant pour les droits humains, la migration, la santé ou encore le désarmement. En tant qu'État hôte, la Suisse assume sa responsabilité en allouant des ressources importantes, plus de 2 milliards de francs ces 4 dernières années, pour que Genève puisse poursuivre son rôle de centre névralgique du multilatéralisme et de l'action humanitaire. Par ailleurs, la Suisse assumera l'année prochaine la présidence de l'Organisation pour la sécurité et la coopération en Europe, l'OSCE. Après 1996 et 2004, ce sera la 3e fois que mon pays conduira les travaux de cette institution qui réunit les pays européens, dont l'Ukraine et la Russie, avec les États-Unis. Nous n'oublions pas non plus la capacité d'agir grâce à d'autres instances comme le Conseil de l'Europe, dont le secrétaire général est un ancien conseiller fédéral et président suisse, et l'ONU, dont la Suisse a été ces 2 dernières années membre non permanent du Conseil de sécurité. Mais l'heure n'est pas à l'autosatisfaction, elle est à la mobilisation. Notre mobilisation à nous, parlementaires aussi. Nous avons la capacité d'agir dans plusieurs domaines, tout particulièrement quant aux lois que nous votons, des accords internationaux que nous ratifions ou encore des budgets que nous votons avec les moyens que nous acceptons d'attribuer ou non à de telles priorités pour le respect des normes humanitaires et le soutien des actions humanitaires en période de crise. N'oublions donc pas notre rôle et notre responsabilité. Agissons, coordonnons-nous comme ici grâce au rôle et à l'engagement de l'Union interparlementaire ou d'autres réseaux comme l'Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie, l'APF. Chers et chers collègues, l'humanité ne se mesure pas dans nos discours, mais dans notre capacité à agir quand tout vacille. Les parlements, plus que jamais, doivent être les gardiens et les acteurs vigilants de nos valeurs et principes communs. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Verley. We will now hear from Mr. Lahinga Mahe from Chad, followed by Mexico. Dear colleagues, Chad has the floor.
Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, avant tout propos, permettez-moi de m'acquitter d'un devoir, celui de présenter les excuses de votre collègue, frère et ami, son Excellence Ali Kouloutou Tchaimi, président de l'Assemblée nationale du Tchad, par ailleurs président en exercice du comité exécutif de l'Union parlementaire africaine, qui a bien voulu prendre part personnellement à cette importante assemblée, mais son agenda interne ne lui a pas permis de faire le déplacement de Genève. Cependant, il m'a chargé de vous transmettre très respectueusement ses salutations les plus sincères et vous exprimer du fond du cœur son souhait de plein succès à ces assises. Monsieur le Président, c'est avec un immense plaisir et une très grande joie que je prends la parole devant cette auguste Assemblée de l'Union interparlementaire, digne de vénération dont les 151e assises viennent de s'ouvrir pour permettre aux parlementaires et experts pluridisciplinaires présents à cet important forum d'analyser dans les moindres détails la marche du monde qui est loin d'évoluer sans difficulté. Ce cadre idéal que nous offre la 151e Assemblée de l'Union interparlementaire dont le thème principal porte sur les mesures idoines que peuvent prendre les parlementaires en vue de protéger les valeurs multilatérales mondiales et faire avancer des efforts multilatéraux visant à promouvoir le respect du droit international humanitaire et sa mise en œuvre en période de crise doit être perçue par tous les participants comme une chance rêvée afin de toucher du doigt les questions essentielles du droit international humanitaire et tenter par les réflexions profondes qui sous-tendent les débats d'y tracer les pistes claires pour un monde plus juste et plus équitable. C'est dire que la responsabilité des parlementaires que nous sommes est grande car nous sommes porteurs des attentes et aspirations légitimes de nos peuples respectifs pour lesquels nos gouvernements s'attellent au quotidien à répondre dans la limite des ressources nationales. Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, la question du droit international humanitaire demeure une préoccupation majeure de mon pays, le Tchad. C'est ainsi que, sous la vision éclairée du maréchal Mohamed Idriss Déby Itno, président de la République, chef de l'État, des dispositions appropriées ont été prises pour accueillir sur le sol tchadien des milliers de réfugiés venant de plusieurs pays voisins. En vue d'assurer leur protection et garantir leurs droits, le Parlement de mon pays a voté une loi portant asile en République du Tchad. En outre, plusieurs d'autres textes ont été votés par le Parlement en faveur de ces personnes vulnérables, notamment la loi portant protection et assistance aux personnes déplacées internes en République du Tchad. Le Haut Commissariat aux réfugiés n'a pas manqué de saluer l'acte posé par le Parlement de mon pays en votant ces textes qui garantissent les droits fondamentaux tels que l'accès à la santé, à l'éducation, à la justice et à la liberté de circulation ainsi que la délivrance des cartes d'identité et des titres de voyage pour les réfugiés conformément aux normes internationales. Monsieur le Président, j'ai saisi cette prestigieuse tribune pour vous informer qu'à la date du 30 juin 2025, le plan de réponse humanitaire 2025 pour le Tchad n'a pas été entièrement financé. Sur les 1 454 millions de dollars USD requis, seuls 247 millions USD ont été mobilisés, soit 17% des chiffres annoncés. Cette situation doit contribuer à renforcer la redevabilité envers les autorités gouvernementales, les bailleurs de fonds, les ONG nationales et internationales et les communautés affectées à qui l'assistance est apportée. Dans l'amélioration du dispositif de protection humanitaire, il est prévu la veille humanitaire tchadienne pour que les interventions humanitaires répondent aux besoins des plus vulnérables lors des crises, catastrophes ou conflits. Monsieur le Président, voilà en quelques mots la contribution de la vision du Parlement du Tchad dans l'amélioration du dispositif de protection et de préservation du droit humanitaire et de l'action humanitaire. Mon pays, qui a souscrit à toutes les conventions internationales sur la protection humanitaire, demeure soucieux de les respecter et de les protéger mieux, de contribuer à les améliorer. Merci de votre attention.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, the next speaker will be Mr. Rendon Garcia from Mexico. Mr. Rendon Garcia, you have the floor. Followed by Iceland.
Honorable Asamblea, muy buenas tardes. Soy César Augusto Rendón, diputado federal del PAN, representando a México.
Mr. President, Madam Secretary,
distinguished colleagues. The global system we built to foster cooperation and prosperity is under growing strain. Barriers, once the exception, are becoming the rule. Trade restrictions, technological fragmentation, and geopolitical polarization are reshaping the foundations of multilateralism. Yet history teaches us that prosperity and peace advance only when nations remain open, not only to commerce, but to dialogue, innovation, and trust. Today, parliaments must defend that openness. We are the custodians of rule-based order, not merely as legislators, but as architects of predictability. Without predictable trade, there can be no sustainable development. Without cooperation, there can be no climate progress. In recent years, we have witnessed a worrying return to protectionism disguised as prudence. While legitimate concerns exist about security, competitiveness, and industrial policy, the collective consequence of unilateral barriers is clear: higher prices, slower growth, and deeper inequality. Every wall built against trade is eventually felt as a wall built against opportunity. Mexico believes that open markets, combined with fair regulation and environmental responsibility, remain the most powerful engines of shared prosperity. Nearshoring, innovation, and energy transition offer new pathways for cooperation, but only if we resist the temptation to weaponize interdependence. As parliamentarians, our task is not only to legislate, but to rebuild trust between nations. The Inter-parliamentary Union was founded to bridge differences, to remind us that dialogue is stronger than division. Let us ensure that this century is not defined by the rise of new barriers, but by the courage to dismantle them. In the words of Nelson Mandela, may our choices reflect our hopes, not our fears. Many thanks, and have a great afternoon. Godspeed.
Thank you, Mr. Rendon Garcia from Mexico. We shall now hear from Ms. Magnusdotter from Iceland. Iceland, you have the floor, followed by Portugal. And the chair will be the speaker from Jordan.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, it is a great pleasure for me to say a few words about the political and commitment, economic and social situation in the world from the perspective of our vital theme, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in crisis or war. Iceland's foreign policy has always been founded on the values of peace, human rights, and international cooperation. Unhindered access to humanitarian assistance are not only legal obligation, but also moral responsibility of all states. When the law are not upheld and civilians become the targets of war, the very foundation of peace is undermined. In recent years, we have witnessed a serious decline in respect for international humanitarian law. We have become longer and more complex. War have been longer and more complex. Hospitals, schools, aid workers, and journalists have come under attack. This is unacceptable. A ceasefire has finally been reached in Gaza, where acts of genocide have been committed over the past 2 years against children, women, and civilians. There is now great hope that lasting peace can be achieved. Ahead are one of the largest humanitarian operations in history, as 2 million people have been deprived of all basic infrastructure, and famine threatens a large part of the population. It is essential to ensure access for humanitarian organizations and the international community to reconstruction of the destroyed infrastructure. In 2011, Iceland took leading role in recognizing Palestine as an independent state, and many other countries have done the same thing in recent months. This is a necessary step for Palestine to gain sovereignty over its territory and to be able to take part in the reconstruction process as lies ahead. The war in Ukraine remains unresolved, and the suffering it brings continues to grow. The fate of the children who have been taken from their families in Ukraine remains uncertain. Their separation from their families is a violation of international humanitarian law, including the Geneva Convention. Iceland condemns such action and supports international efforts to ensure that these children are safely reunited with their families. Protecting children in war is a fundamental part of our shared struggle for peace and humanity. Wars and conflicts remain a grim reality in many regions, particularly in Africa, bringing with them human suffering, famine, and poverty. The world faces mature challenges, and need for humanitarian assistance has never been greater. Yet, at the same time, funding has been significantly reduced, which is unacceptable. Humanitarian aid faces enormous obstacles, and the need immense. Politics and conflicts often prevent assistance from reaching those who need it most. Iceland emphasizes that humanitarian aid must reach everyone in need without hindrance and without discrimination, regardless of religion, gender, nationality, or political belief. Human knows no border. We parliamentarians also have an important role to play. We bear responsibility of ensuring that the government honor the international commitments that funding for humanitarian secured, and the national legislation promotes the protection of human rights. In the spirit of Geneva Convention, let us remember that compassion is our strongest weapon against hatred. Listening to those who suffer is not a weakness. It is the first step to peace. Thank you.
The next speaker now is from Portugal, Mrs. Tender, followed by Malaysia.
Senhor Presidente, senhoras e senhores deputados, em tempos de crise, sejam conflitos armados, catástrofes naturais ou emergências de saúde pública, a defesa das normas humanitárias e o apoio à ação humanitária não são apenas compromissos legais. São, acima de tudo, um imperativo moral e uma afirmação dos valores que sustentam a democracia e o multilateralismo. É esta a visão de Portugal. Como deputados, devemos reafirmar o nosso compromisso com o direito internacional humanitário e com os princípios da ação humanitária. Humanidade, imparcialidade, neutralidade e independência. Estes princípios são um escudo de proteção para civis em zonas de guerra, para refugiados e deslocados, para todos os que sofrem, em primeira linha, as consequências de crises globais. Num contexto em que o multilateralismo enfrenta pressões económicas e políticas, temos de garantir que as obrigações humanitárias não ficam reféns da conjuntura. Isto significa assegurar financiamento estável e previsível, proteger o trabalho das organizações humanitárias e evitar que novas conjunturas de segurança nacional fragilizem compromissos de longa duração consagrados em tratados internacionais. Cabe ainda aos deputados assegurar que as respostas humanitárias sejam inclusivas, respondendo às necessidades dos mais vulneráveis, mulheres, crianças, jovens, minorias religiosas e políticas, populações deslocadas. Nenhuma resposta é completa se deixar de fora os que mais necessitam. Ao mesmo tempo, temos de reconhecer as novas interligações entre crises, alterações climáticas, perseguições políticas, discriminações de género, epidemias ou uso abusivo e perverso das novas tecnologias. Todas elas amplificam os desafios humanitários. O Parlamento deve ter a coragem de olhar para estas interdependências e legislar de forma preventiva e integrada. Senhoras e senhores deputados, defender as normas humanitárias é proteger a nossa própria humanidade. Apoiar a ação humanitária em tempos de crise é afirmar o nosso compromisso com a dignidade humana, com o multilateralismo e com a paz. É este o compromisso de Portugal. Muito obrigada.
Next speaker now is from Mr. Mohammed from Malaysia, followed by Poland.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a solemn responsibility to address this assembly on a matter that transcends borders, politics, and ideologies. Humanitarian norms are not just legal frameworks. They are the embodiment of our shared humanity, guiding us to relieve suffering and ensure the safety of civilians and humanitarian workers above all else. As parliamentarians, we have an essential role in making sure humanitarian action remains principled, impartial, and effective. We are the conscience of our nations, and our task is to ensure that these ideals are the realities on the ground and not merely words on paper. Around the world, we face humanitarian challenges of unprecedented scale. For example, in Myanmar, more than 22 million people are in need of assistance, and over 3.5 million have been displaced. In Sudan, a quarter of the population has been forced to flee. Compounding this, the humanitarian community itself is under attack, where 385 humanitarian workers were killed across 20 countries in 2024. Malaysia recognizes the vital importance of humanitarian values when facing recurring domestic disasters such as monsoons, floods, landslides, earthquakes, and disease outbreaks. Our National Disaster Management Agency prioritizes close coordination between government and civil society to uphold humanitarian forms during these times. Furthermore, Malaysia has improved its laws to enhance disaster management and protect vulnerable groups, ensuring alignment with international standards. As the ASEAN chair, Malaysia has played an active role, convening a special emergency foreign ministers meeting in March 2025 to urge swift aid for Myanmar after the devastating earthquakes. This October, Malaysia has also deployed the Special Malaysia Disaster Assistance and Rescue Team for a humanitarian mission to assist the Philippines after the devastating earthquake in Cebu, Philippines. At home, Malaysia continues to host nearly 200,000 refugees, mainly from Myanmar, Pakistan, Yemen, Somalia, Afghanistan, and Syria, even though we are not a signatory to the 1951 Refugee Convention. We do it because it's the right thing to do. Upholding humanitarian norms requires collective political will. Malaysia calls on the IPU and its member parliaments to strengthen legal protections for humanitarian workers, safeguard vulnerable populations, and use parliamentary diplomacy to resolve conflicts before they escalate. Ladies and gentlemen, I must express Malaysia's deep concern over what's going on in Palestine. We have consistently called for full respect of humanitarian law
and for humanitarian unrestricted access to those suffering from conflict, blockades, and displacement. Malaysia strongly condemns the criminal and cowardly attacks by Israel forces on the global Sumut flotilla, a peaceful humanitarian mission. This unprovoked action constitutes a flagrant violation of international and humanitarian law. Therefore, Malaysia urges the United Nations Security Council and the international community to act decisively and end Israel's impunity and hold the perpetrators accountable. Malaysia welcomes the agreement reached between Hamas and Israel on the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict in Egypt on the 8th of October 2025. But despite the ceasefire agreement, Malaysia is deeply concerned with the ongoing attacks by Israel in the occupied Palestinian territories. Malaysia calls for swift and comprehensive implementation of the agreed terms and work with other members of the international community towards establishing an independent and sovereign state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Ladies and gentlemen, the tragedy in Gaza is not only the destruction of buildings, it is the destruction of a people's history, their identity, and their dignity. It is an intentional destruction of property, archived knowledge, culture, and heritage. It was an obliteration of teachers, doctors, scholars, academicians, young people, and of knowledge of the land, society, and heritage. In other words, it is an attempted erasure of the Palestinian civilization. Reconstruction of Palestine can only begin with the assistance of AI. Technology must always be guided by moral conscience, for without it, intelligence becomes merely another form of power. Through AI, we can map the destruction, identify what remains, and digitally preserve the heritage that war has tried to obliterate. But let us remember, while AI can analyze, it cannot feel. It can rebuild the walls, but not the warmth of family and human interaction. Therefore, the reconstruction of Gaza must be led by its own people, shaped by their culture and wisdom. The use of AI must be guided by ethics and empathy. Finally, we must ensure that every act of rebuilding is an act of justice. The reconstruction of Gaza is not a humanitarian favor, it is the world's obligation. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mrs. Oznanska-Deszinska from Poland, followed by Somalia.
Mr. President, Madam Presidents, Excellencies, the liberal international system is under siege. Multilateralism is in retreat. We're witnessing the appeasement of tyrants and the unraveling of the post-World War II order built on the promise that borders will never again be redrawn by the use of force. The spirit that gave birth to the Geneva Conventions is being tested. Hospitals are bombed, aid workers targeted, children abducted. When the rules of war are no longer respected, what remains of civilization? Today marks the 1,335th day since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. 1,335 days of waking up to pools of blood after yet another Russian attack hitting an apartment block, hospital, kindergarten. Brave Ukraine stands as the shield of Europe. It's a David versus Goliath fight, a deeply Christian archetype, defending not only its own sovereignty, but the moral architecture of the world that we built together after 1945. The 20th century gave us grim genocidal chapters: Holocaust, Holodomor, Rwanda, Srebrenica, Darfur. Raphael Lemkin, the Polish Jewish lawyer who gave us the word genocide, warned that it applies not only to total physical extermination, but also to the coordinated destruction of a nation's foundations explicit in state narratives. And as noted by Professor Timothy Snyder, that is what we are witnessing today. Russia's leadership denies Ukraine statehood and publishes plans for de-Ukrainization. Its propaganda dehumanizes Ukrainians as parasites and vermin. Civilians are tortured through electric shocks, beatings, and mock executions. 20,000 children have been reported for Russification, their only crime being born Ukrainian. How is this abduction morally different from what the Nazis once did to the Polish abducted children? The UN Commission of Inquiry has warned that the Ukrainization may constitute incitement to genocide. And several parliaments, amongst them Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, and Canada, have recognized the crime. But most remain cautious. Why? Because of Russia's propaganda machine. Its global media networks have achieved what few perpetrators managed: to flood the world with denial, with confusion, and with moral fog. This is historically new, because no previous aggressor possessed such propaganda apparatus. Russians will be ashamed by these events for years to come. We recall Russia's actions in Georgia, Chechnya, the Balkans, Moldova, Syria, Libya, and Ukraine today. And this time, impunity cannot be allowed. The ICC warrants for Putin and Lvova-Belvova must be enforced. This matters for the international order because once mass crimes carry costs, our deterrence becomes credible. And like few other nations, Poland understands the global threat of imperialist Russia. Supporting Ukraine is the best strategic investment in our peaceful future. Before entering the parliament, I served for a year in Ukraine as a humanitarian aid worker, leading a humanitarian mission providing frontline medical assistance. One of the greatest honors of my life. On 14th of January 2023, a hypersonic missile struck an apartment block in Dnipro, a short walk from our base. 236 apartments collapsed, with bodies caught under the rubble, pronounced as missing. I understood painfully. Humanitarian aid, though vital, without accountability, becomes a band-aid on a wound that keeps getting shot again and again. Humanitarian agencies too often become a way for governments to outsource their responsibility. This same truth applies to Gaza, to Sudan, to Yemen, and to every survivor of cruelty, to every woman and to every child who fell victim to violations of fundamental human rights. I bow to your strength, and I hope that you will find enough strength to bear the pain of the horrendous acts that were done to you. The responsibility lies also within us, parliamentarians. We have the mandate to be the voice of the people, the guardians of conscience. We must uphold the international humanitarian law, demand the accountability for every attack on civilians, hospitals, and aid convoys. And as historian Anne Applebaum warned, I want peace is not always a moral argument. When pacifism accepts conquest, cultural destruction, and the kidnapping of children, it becomes complicity and appeasement. Let us therefore be clear. Peace without justice is surrender. Humanitarian aid without accountability is abdication. The Geneva Conventions are the mirror of our humanity. So let us fight tirelessly and ceaselessly to uphold them. Thank you.
The next speaker now is Mr. Obshir from Somalia, followed by Mauritania.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين أما بعد. Honorable Chairperson, the Secretary General of the IPU, Excellencies, distinguished speakers, deputy speakers, honorable parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to address this assembly on behalf of the Federal Parliament of Somalia. The theme of this general debate, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis, is profoundly meaning to my nation. As a nation that has faced decades of conflict, displacement, and natural disasters, Somalia deeply understands the value of humanitarian principles and international humanitarian law. There are not abstract ideals for us. They are matters of survival, dignity, and hope. Somali Parliament has taken concrete measures to institutionalize humanitarian protection. We have enacted laws that safeguard the rights of refugees and internally displaced people, and established the National Commission for Refugees and IDPs to ensure protection, assistance, and durable solutions. This commission promotes integration, self-reliance, and dignity for all displaced people. Somalia is also a broad signatory to the Kampala Convention and has worked to align its international legislation with global humanitarian standards. Through partnership with the United Nations, the African Union, and other regional organizations, Somalia continues to strengthen coordination, transparency, and accountability in humanitarian operations. Yet we acknowledge that major challenges persist, from climate-induced displacement to economic shocks and resource limitations. We therefore urge the international community to protect humanitarian funding, uphold the integrity of international humanitarian law, and reaffirm multilateralism as the cornerstone of collective action. Somalia stands ready to work with all partners to build a more human, just, and resilient world, where no one is left behind and humanitarian principles remain the shared conscience of humanity. Upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action is not only a moral duty, but also a shared global responsibility. In times of crisis, our collective humanity must guide our actions, ensuring that compassion, protection, and dignity prevail. Thank you all.
No, Mauritania, yes. No. Okay. Okay. The next speaker, Mr. Doueri from Mauritania, followed by Italy.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا سيد الرئيس. مرحب أصحاب المعالي رؤساء البرلمانات وممثلينهم، معالي سيد الأمين العام، أيها السادة والسيدات، يسعدني في مستهل هذه الكلمة أن أنقل إليكم تحيات الجمعية الوطنية الموريتانية، وأنا أتقدم بجزيل الشكر القائمين على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر على التنظيم الجيد ومستوى النقاشات. نرجو أن تساهم في تحقيق ما تتطلع إليه شعوب العالم في ميلاد عالم جديد تدار فيه العلاقات الإنسانية الدولية بالقانون لا بالقوة، وتسود العدالة، وتصان فيه الكرامة الإنسانية من عبث الحروب. أصحاب المعالي، أيها السادة والسيدات، إن مؤتمرنا هذا يأتي في وقت تتسارع فيه الأحداث والتحولات في الساحة الدولية، الأمر الذي يضعنا أمام تحديات سياسية وأمنية واقتصادية متنوعة تتطلب منا مزيدا من التعاون والتنسيق والتضامن لإيجاد أفضل السبل الكبيرة بالتعامل مع هذه التحديات بقية الحد من سلبياتها. إن الواقع الذي تعيشه غزة اليوم يضع القانون الإنساني الدولي في قفص الاتهام، فكم من مؤتمرات عقدت وكم من خطب ألقيت ترفع شعارات مشحونة بالقيم والمبادئ الإنسانية من قبيل حقوق الإنسان والمساواة والكرامة، وعلى الأرض واقع آخر يفضح زيف هذه الشعارات بأكثر الطرق قساوة. دماء تسفك على مرأى من العالم، وجذامين تنتشل من تحت الركام، وأطفال يقتلعون من حياتهم قبل أن ينطقوا أسماءهم. فأي نظام إنساني هذا الذي يقف متفرجا بل ومتواطئا على مشاهد الإبادة؟ فغزة ليست مجرد جغرافيا محاصرة، بل هي المرآة التي تكشف عورة النظام الإنساني الدولي. من يظن أن ما يحدث فيها شأن محلي يخطئ، ففي غزة يصنع الوعي، وفيها يختبر صدق القانون الدولي حين تقصف المستشفيات وتدمر المدارس وتستهدف قوافل الإنقاذ والصحافة، ولا يتحرك العالم إلا ببيانات جوفاء. ندرك أن الحديث عن القانون الدولي الإنساني ليس إلا كلمات تذرعها الرياح. ويبقى السؤال الأكثر إيلاما: هل القانون الدولي الإنساني وجد ليطبق أم القانون الإنساني الدولي وجد ليطبق أم ليستقوى به على الضعفاء؟ الواقع اليوم في غزة يعري القانون الدولي الإنساني ويقول ما عجزت عنه كل المؤتمرات أن لا عدالة في هذا النظام ولا إنسانية ولا حتى حياد. هناك إنما تحالفات تتقن صناعة الوهم، بينما الحقيقة تكتب على الأرض بدماء الأبرياء. لقد سبق وأن أكدنا مرارا في الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية على أن منطقة الشرق الأوسط لا يمكن أن تنعم بالسلام والأمن والاستقرار من دون الحفاظ على كرامة الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق واستعادة حقه الثابت في إقامة دولته المستقلة وعاصمته القدس الشريف، وانسحاب القوات الإسرائيلية من كافة الأراضي العربية المحتلة. ولقد آن الأوان لصحوة دولية قانونية وأخلاقية جديدة تنهي الاحتلال الإسرائيلي الهمجي وتضع حدا نهائيا لاختطاف إرادة السلام. السادة والسيدات، لقد آن الأوان أن تعمل البرلمانات على دفع حكوماتها إلى العمل من أجل احترام القانون الإنساني الدولي وتبني القيم الإنسانية الفاضلة التي تنادي بها هذه الاتفاقيات، حتى لا تظل هذه القيم مجرد شعارات، بينما الممارسة على أرض الواقع تناقض كل هذه القيم والمبادئ. أشكركم والسلام عليكم.
The next speaker is Mr. Cassini from Italy, followed by Mr. Kosla, Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our debate on compliance with humanitarian principles and on supporting humanitarian action is not a theoretical drill, rather an absolute must, politically and morally speaking. Nowadays, the basic functions of international humanitarian law are significantly wavering, pitted against crises that are multiplying in every continent. But no recent image is more disquieting than the one of Israel and Palestine. Since 7 October 2023, the civil population in Gaza has been experiencing a gargantuan humanitarian tragedy. Thousands of civilian innocent, women, children, the elderly, have been either killed or wounded. Over 2 million people in the Gaza Strip have endured unbearable living conditions, with limited access to food, water, medicines, and health care. Hospitals and schools have been bombed. Humanitarian workers and doctors have been killed while fulfilling their duties. Likewise, we cannot overlook the suffering of the Israeli families victims of the terrible terrorist attacks of 7 October, who suffered the tragic loss of innocent lives and the terrible situation of the hostages. Today, we are witnessing a gradual erosion of international humanitarian law, not only in the Middle East, but in several regions of the world: Ukraine, Sudan, Myanmar, Sahel. Yet, international humanitarian law is clear, non-negotiable, and binding for all, under all circumstances. No cause, however legitimate it may be, can justify the violation of its basic principles. Neither the fight against terror nor national security can be a pretext for striking innocent people, for indiscriminately attacking civilians, for weaponizing anger. In times like these, marked by a lack of a faith in multilateralism, Parliaments may act as bridges, connecting divided societies, skeptical governments, wounded people. We must reassert the pivotal role of multilateral cooperation, as well as the role of international institutions, particularly the United Nations, the International Committee of the Red Cross, and humanitarian agencies in ensuring the protection of civilians and access to aid. In the cause of Israel and Palestine, the recent Israel-Hamas peace agreement, brokered by the United States, Egypt, Qatar, and other regional players, has opened up a crucial window of hope. On the past 13th of October, we witnessed with joy the release of the Israeli hostages and the exchange with Palestinian detainees. At the Sharm el-Sheikh summit, over 20 world leaders signed a declaration of intent formalizing a ceasefire agreement, taking a first tangible steps towards reconstruction in Gaza and devising the idea of a provisional government from the Gaza Strip. However, the real challenge will be that of converting formal undertakings into real action on the ground. Pledges are an important step, but they alone cannot appease the trauma, rebuild cities, schools, hospitals, nor restore security and trust among both populations. That is why it is paramount to set up, strengthen away, effective and transparent supervision mechanism capable of guaranteeing a just and lasting peace. We can continue in Parliament one continuing action, and I am confident that Inter-parliamentary Union will have the rule that have had in the past in similar occasions. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mr. Kosla, Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health, followed by Mr. Nyapinga, Forum of Parliaments of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region.
Honorable President of the 151st IPU Assembly, distinguished parliamentarians, colleagues, dear friend, it is an honor to address this Assembly as we deliberate on how to uphold humanitarian norms and strengthen humanitarian action in a world marked by growing crisis and deepening divides. Conflict, climate shocks, economic instability, forced displacement, and sudden and sharp cuts to ODA are straining a multilateral system and testing a collective commitment to the international humanitarian law. A survey by the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health, the organization I represent here today, to understand the implication of these crises at the country level has revealed alarming funding disruptions facing organizations working to protect and promote health and rights of women, children, and adolescents worldwide. We deplore the human crisis that is unfolding, particularly on issues such as sexual and reproductive health and rights, adolescent and maternal and newborn child health programs, suffering from funding cuts, and support for healthcare workers has dwindled, resulting in reduced programming in multiple regions of the world. Amid these crises, one truth that remains is this: the health and well-being of women, children, and adolescents, often the most affected by these crises, must remain the heartbeat of any credible humanitarian response. And strong leadership at levels working in partnerships have never been more important given the enormity of the challenges that confront us. To the questions before this Assembly, please allow me to share three brief reflections. First, reaffirming parliamentary commitment to multilateralism and humanitarian law means ensuring that principles of humanity, neutrality, and impartiality translate into national action even in times of crisis. Second, protecting humanitarian action amid economic and political pressure requires difficult choices and clear priorities. In moments of austerity, parliamentarians can champion ring-fence funding for women, children, and adolescents' health and maintain oversight so that short-term security or political interests do not undermine the long-standing humanitarian commitments. Thirdly, adopting the multi-sectoral and inclusive approaches mean recognizing that health is both a humanitarian and development imperative, inseparable from education, nutrition, social protection, and technological innovations. In response to the cascading global crisis, we at the partnership applaud the Honorable Speaker of South Africa in her spearheading of discussions together with the Inter-parliamentary Union on how parliamentarians can champion health and rights of women, children, and adolescents who are often most vulnerable in our societies. This initiative for global health and equity will galvanize parliamentary action to urgently and boldly prioritize health and rights of women, children, and adolescents, strengthening financing, and advancing progressive laws for upholding sexual and reproductive health and rights. Let us together act with courage and solidarity to ensure that in crisis response, whether in law, in budget, or in practice, the health and well-being of these vulnerable populations are upheld. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Nyapinga, Forum of Parliaments of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, followed by Mrs. Scolaro from World Health Organization.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm deeply honored to address this October Assembly on behalf of the Forum of Parliaments on the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, a regional parliamentary mechanism committed to advancing peace, democracy, and human rights across one of Africa's most complex yet resilient regions. Today's theme, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in the times of crisis, could not be more timely. Across our region and the world, we are witnessing unprecedented humanitarian emergencies, armed conflicts displacing millions, climate crisis, deepening food insecurity, and the political instability eroding the social fabric of our own communities. This crisis tests not only our institutions, but also our shared humanity. They compel us as parliamentarians to reaffirm that humanitarian norms are not optional ideals, but binding moral and legal obligations, which are rooted in international law and African solidarity. Excellencies, when disaster strikes, the first response often comes not from international agencies, but from national institutions in which parliaments are central among them. We legislate to protect, we allocate budgets to sustain life-saving interventions, and we hold governments accountable to the principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence. At FP-ICGRL, we believe that humanitarian leadership must be homegrown, people-centered, but global-supported. That's why at FP-ICGRL, we're working with partners such as IPU, the AU, and the UN to strengthen humanitarian governance, which ensure that international aid aligns with the national priorities and reaches those most in need. Excellencies, the African experience offers a valuable lesson to the world that humanitarian crises are rarely confined by borders, and that solidarity is the source of strength. The Great Lakes region alone, stretching from Angola to Kenya, from Tanzania to Central Africa, has lived through cycles of conflict, displacement, and recovery. Yet it's also the region of resilience where parliaments and governments have demonstrated courage to confront the root causes of instability, from illicit exploitation of natural resources to weak governance and social exclusion. Excellencies, let's also be aware that we are living in a time when conflicts are politicized and compassion is sometimes weaponized. We cannot allow humanitarianism to be selective. We must insist that life, whether in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine, or East DRC of Congo, carries equal worth and equal right to protection. When we as parliamentarians choose compassion over indifferences, justice over impunity, and cooperation over isolation, we can restore hope to millions who look to this assembly for leadership. Let this assembly send a clear message that the world still has a conscience. Excellencies, at this defining moment in history, let us remember that the strength of humanitarian norms lies not in the words of treaties, but in the courage of our actions. We urge the international community to match compassion with commitment to finance humanitarian action sustainably, to respect the neutrality of humanitarian workers, and to protect civilians and infrastructure from violence of war. From the greatest region of Africa to every corner of the globe, let us reaffirm that solidarity is stronger than conflict, and that parliamentary diplomacy can turn compassion into concrete action. On behalf of the Forum of Parliaments of the ICJLL, I thank the IPU for providing this global platform for dialogue, and I reaffirm our unwavering partnership in promoting peace, stability, and the humanitarian leadership across Africa and beyond. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Mrs. Colaro from the World Health Organization, followed by Mrs. Bergamini, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean PAM.
Honorable President, distinguished members of Parliament, I'm grateful for the opportunity to address this Assembly on behalf of the World Health Organization. We meet at a time when humanitarian norms and the principle of humanity are under severe strain. Armed conflict, forced displacement, climate change, and health emergencies are converging to threaten the very foundations of humanitarian law. Health is often the first casualty in crisis. Attacks on health workers and facilities, disruptions to essential services, and the collapse of health systems leave the most vulnerable, including women, children, and displaced population, without access to life-saving care. Upholding humanitarian norms must include protecting health workers and ensuring uninterrupted access to health services. WHO and the United Nations were created in the aftermath of the Second World War on the belief that global cooperation is the only alternative to global conflict. The WHO Constitution was the first international legal instrument to affirm that health is a fundamental human right, a principle as vital today as it was 77 years ago. In these divided times, health must remain a bridge for cooperation and dialogue, where all nations can work together towards a shared goal. WHO stands ready to work with parliaments, in particular on three priorities. Protect health in crisis by ensuring that international humanitarian law is translated into national legislation safeguarding health workers, facilities, and access to health. Combat misinformation to maintain public trust and strengthen emergency response. And finally, ensure sustainable financing through predictable and flexible funding for a resilient health system. This is essential to respond to emergencies and crises and to build a resilient health system. Parliament plays a crucial role in ensuring that health is prioritized in national budget and in holding governments accountable for commitment taken at the international level. We deeply appreciate the collaboration with the IPU, including with the newly established Committee on Health. And we invite you all parliamentarians to join us at the next World Health Assembly, which will take place in May in Geneva, where, together with the Inter-parliamentary Union, we will host the annual Global Parliamentary Forum. We thank you very much.
The next speaker is Mrs. Bergamini, Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean PAM, followed by Mrs. Blossel, Parliamentarians Network for Global Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and dear colleagues.
It's a great privilege to be able to contribute to this session of the Inter-parliamentary Union on behalf of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, PAM. First of all, let me express the full support of PAM to the implementation of the ceasefire in Gaza, calling on all parties to consolidate the ceasefire and transform it into a lasting peace. Over the past 2 years, we have been witnesses of an unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. Now, time has come for urgent life-saving humanitarian aid to be dedicated and delivered at a fast pace to the most vulnerable. Overall, we meet today at a time when humanitarian action is on the brink of collapse. Humanitarian operations are shrinking due to the massive lack of funds and insufficient staff. Yet, millions of people depend directly on humanitarian assistance. With over 100 active conflicts worldwide, the costs of human lives is immeasurable. And beyond Gaza, I wish to refer to the severe humanitarian crisis in Sudan, as well as the civilian casualties and attacks on civil infrastructure, including hospitals, schools, and water and energy platforms in Ukraine as a result of the ongoing Russian war of aggression. And then there's Myanmar, and then there's Sahel. Attacks on civilians are a blatant violation of international humanitarian law, and many countries, including members of the UN Security Council, which should be champions of humanitarian law, are the ones trampling on it. As the president of the International Committee of the Red Cross stated, nowadays the boundaries of warfare are being pushed, increasing human suffering and fostering conditions for new security threats to take hold. In a world characterized by shifting divisions and alliances, upholding humanitarian norms and principles in conflicts makes us all feel and be safer. As parliamentarians, we bear on our shoulders the gravity of representing our people. Thus, we must be motivated by a deep sense of responsibility and urgency to act, to ensure the respect of international humanitarian law, as well as the accountability of any disregard and violations. The respect of international humanitarian law also means protecting aid workers and medical staff who are too often victims of conflicts. PAM member parliaments from the Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf regions will continue to supporting bold and innovative initiatives to implement international humanitarian law, regularly speaking out in regional and international fora, and actively supporting mechanisms for accountability. Following the rapid technological developments, it is equally important to bring clarity to the application of international humanitarian law when it comes to the use of autonomous weapon systems and other emerging technology. Thank you very much for the attention.
Our next speaker is Mrs. Blossel, Parliamentarians Network for Global Health.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to address you today on behalf of UNITE, the Parliamentarians Network for Global Health. We gather at a time when humanity is under immense strain. In 2025, over 120 armed conflicts rage across the world, and more than 310 million people require humanitarian assistance. These crises are not only political, they are profoundly health crises. When bombs fall, health systems collapse. When people flee, vaccines, medicines, and essential health services vanish. Disease, hunger, and trauma become the silent weapons of war, leaving lasting scars on community. The scale of humanitarian suffering is staggering, 122 million people are forcibly displaced, with women and girls disproportionately affected. Since 1990, their exposure to conflict has more than doubled. The consequences are severe: higher maternal mortality and increased gender-based violence. The Geneva Convention reminds us that even in war, humanity must prevail. Yet today, we still witnessed hospitals being bombed, health workers being attacked, and life-saving aid being obstructed. Violations of international humanitarian law are not abstract failures. They are the direct cause of suffering, illness, and death. Within UNITE, we believe that upholding humanitarian norms must go hand in hand with protecting the right to health for all, everywhere, and in times of crisis. Parliamentarians are crucial to this mission. Through legislation, oversight, government accountability, and budgetary power, they can translate humanitarian commitments into concrete national action, but they cannot do it alone. They need partnership, knowledge, and collective will. And that is where our network stands ready to collaborate. Allow me to share 3 priorities that unite champions. First, investment in resilient health systems as a foundation for humanitarian action. Strong primary care, emergency preparedness, and local health workers are the first line of defense when crises strike. Second, protection of health workers and humanitarian personnel. They are not combatants, they are carriers of hope for civilians, and their safety must be non-negotiable. Third, ensurance of inclusive responses that address gender, youth, and displacement. Women and girls are often the most affected, but they are also powerful agents of recovery and peace. Excellencies, upholding humanitarian norms is ultimately about protecting life. It's about ensuring that in chaos of conflict, the heartbeat of humanity, life and health, continues to pulse. Let us unite to make that heartbeat stronger. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Laswawi for UNRWA. This is the last speaker.
Dear members of parliament, distinguished delegates, for two long years, the war in Gaza has marked an unprecedented erosion of the humanitarian norms we pledged to uphold, to protect civilians and ensure aid is reaching those in need. Today, we face the stark consequences of prolonged inaction and impunity. Over 63,000 children have been killed or injured, according to UNICEF. More than 380 UNRWA colleagues, teachers, doctors, counselors, have also lost their lives. Most of our facilities, including schools and health clinics, have been damaged or destroyed. Famine has taken hold, not because of scarcity, but because of principled humanitarian aid has been obstructed. Despite the recent ceasefires, UNRWA continues to be denied entry of critical supplies, including food and medicines. Humanitarian aid should not be subject to negotiation. The implementation of Israeli legislation against UNRWA and the coordinated disinformation campaign targeting the agency should not be taken lightly. They set a dangerous precedent aimed at undermining the agency's humanitarian and development role for Palestine refugees. These are not simply attacks on UNRWA. They are direct assaults on the UN Charter, on international law, and on the humanitarian principles that underpin global relief efforts. When Security Council resolutions and International Court of Justice rulings are ignored, and when UN agencies become targets, the consequences are far-reaching. Despite these challenges, the UN remains committed to staying and delivering in a time of unimaginable suffering in Gaza. UNRWA currently holds enough food to feed the Gaza population for 3 months, enough blankets and tents for hundreds of thousands, and even enough medicine to restock our health clinics. It's time to allow large-scale humanitarian access, including through UNRWA. It's time to restore healthcare and education. Humanitarian principles are not abstract values, but the operational foundation of our work. The blatant disregard for international law and international humanitarian law in Gaza must never be allowed to happen again. There's a window of opportunity to end this conflict and, in keeping with the New York Declaration adopted by the UN General Assembly, reaffirm our collective commitment to a two-state solution. But it requires a collective commitment to uphold humanitarian principle and defend international law. I appeal to you today to help us preserve international law standards and accountability, advocate for unimpeded humanitarian access and the rights and dignity for Palestine refugees, reaffirm and defend UNRWA protection and humanitarian mandate, not only in the OPT but also in the region, Syria, Jordan and Lebanon, and sustain UNRWA through increased, reliable financial support. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mrs. Bikte Athan, Sovereign Order of Malta. It says here, Mrs.
Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. Mr. President of the Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, honorable speakers and members of Parliament, distinguished delegates. The theme of this Assembly's general debate, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in time of crisis, is indeed very timely and aligns with the goal of the Order of Malta. The Sovereign Order of Malta is a lay religious institution of the Catholic Church, a sovereign entity and a global humanitarian actor. For over 900 years, we have been faithful to our motto, Tuitio Fidei et obsequium pauperum, witnessing the faith and serving the poor, committing to serving those in need without any distinction of religion, nationality, origin, or age. The Order entertains diplomatic relations with 115 states, the EU, and has permanent observer status at the UN and other major international organizations. In 2021, the Order of Malta was admitted to the IPU as permanent observer, considering its long-standing and good cooperation with the IPU. Through its national associations, Volunteer Corps and Worldwide Relief Agency Maltese International, present in more than 120 countries, the Order of Malta provides emergency medical and humanitarian aid, works with the affected populations to implement reconstruction and disaster preparedness programs. Mr. President, we have witnessed for too long grave violations of international humanitarian law in total impunity. We must work together to put an end to those violations, support the victims, and ensure justice and accountability for all. It is a legal and moral imperative to respect and uphold the IHL and the Geneva Conventions. So many people suffer the scourge of war and don't have access to humanitarian assistance. Humanitarian assistance must be provided following its 4 principles of humanity, impartiality, independence, and neutrality. This year is also the deadliest for humanitarian aid workers, sometimes deliberately targeted. Mr. President, the Sovereign Order of Malta participated in the 2nd Parliamentary Conference on Interfaith Dialogue earlier this year in Rome under the great leadership of the Honourable Senator Cassini. Our ambassador to the State of Palestine, as a panelist, addressed the theme Fostering Solidarity and Action for People in Vulnerable Situations, presenting the work of our hospital in Bethlehem and our activities in the West Bank. We welcome the Marrakesh and Rome communiqué, which recognize the essential role of parliamentary and religious diplomacy in fostering dialogue and cooperation and trust between communities. Mr. President, the Sovereign Order of Malta welcomes the ceasefire in Gaza and is ready to deliver emergency humanitarian assistance, and it is our hope that the ceasefire will hold and that peace will prosper in the region. In Ukraine, we have been present since the start of the conflict in the country, providing humanitarian and healthcare and support all refugees in neighboring countries. Mr. Speaker, parliaments are the guarantors of the conventions ratified by their countries. Thus, parliamentarians have a responsibility to ensure their governments respect their obligations under international law. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the B list for today. We are moving to the C list, second speakers of delegations. Shall we start?
I invite Singapore.
The next speaker is Mrs. Lee from Singapore.
President of the Assembly, fellow parliamentarians, in a world facing conflict, climate disasters, and displacement, Singapore remains committed to upholding a rules-based multilateral system and advancing international humanitarian law. As a small but globally connected nation, we understand how deeply our collective security and shared humanity are linked. While we are not directly affected by large crises, we believe in doing our part through diplomacy, capacity building, and consistent voluntary contributions to UN agencies and humanitarian organizations. Singapore strives to be a place and a platform where humanitarian actors, governments, civil society, and international agencies can work safely and effectively. Our humanitarian efforts, from deploying aid workers and the Singapore Armed Forces overseas to support victims of violence and displacement, are grounded in empathy as much as policy. We also recognize that humanitarian action must be inclusive. Our responses draw on the strengths of the youth, the private sector, technology, and local communities. And in Southeast Asia, we have seen how this timely coordination and partnership can save lives. Singapore reaffirms our commitment to work closely with fellow parliamentarians and the international community, not just to uphold norms, but to protect people, because in every crisis, wherever it is, our most powerful response must be our shared humanity. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Parelli from Argentina. And this will be the last speaker for today. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, autoridades de la Asamblea, colegas parlamentarios. En primer lugar, quiero adherirme a todo lo que aquí se ha dicho con respecto a la violación de los derechos de ayuda humanitaria, al cuidado del medio ambiente y todo lo que tiene que ver con el terrorismo internacional. En este sentido, como argentino, quiero adherirme a las expresiones del jefe de la delegación de nuestro país, el senador Werling, que ha establecido claramente cuál es la postura internacional nosotros en estos temas. Pero yo quiero referirme a dos temas más que me parecen importantes que los parlamentarios del mundo prestemos atención. En primer lugar, en los últimos 40 años estamos viviendo el surgimiento, luego de la caída del muro de Berlín, de un capitalismo de consumo, de un capitalismo que motorizaba la movilidad social tanto ascendente como descendente. Pero lamentablemente en los últimos tiempos hemos visto renacer un capitalismo financiero, un capitalismo que favorece la desigualdad social y que beneficia solamente a los grandes grupos económicos, a los grandes grupos financieros del mundo. Y esto ha devenido en lo que se ha denominado la insatisfacción democrática, devenida precisamente que nuestro pueblo, el ciudadano común, el habitante de nuestros pueblos, de nuestras ciudades, ve como cada vez esa democracia se aleja más y cada vez esa democracia le brinda menos beneficios y menos respuestas a sus necesidades, que son la libertad, el trabajo, la vida y la posibilidad de tener un futuro mejor. Por eso creo que el principal problema que debemos comenzar a abordar es precisamente esta democracia de pocos, esta democracia de nosotros, los políticos, los empresarios, los periodistas, y no, como dice nuestro lema, una democracia de todos. Y en segundo lugar, quiero referirme a otra amenaza que está latiendo a la democracia, sobre todo en nuestros pueblos de América Latina, y que el anterior Papa Francisco denominó el lawfare, definiendo el lawfare como un mecanismo de eliminación del adversario político a través de la justicia, proscribiéndolo para que pueda participar en las elecciones. Es lo que muchos de ustedes ya deben conocer que ocurrió en la hermana República de Brasil con el actual presidente Lula, que se le prohibió participar en base a un juicio totalmente falso y totalmente alejado de la realidad. Quiero también aquí ante todos ustedes denunciar que esto está ocurriendo hoy en la Argentina. Se ha proscripto a la principal dirigente política opositora, Cristina Fernández de Kirchner, de poder participar en las próximas elecciones parlamentarias de este domingo. Y estos dos graves problemas, como son precisamente la insatisfacción democrática y la utilización de la justicia, de los medios hegemónicos de opinión y de los grupos económicos mayoritarios para separar y para eliminar a los adversarios políticos, son las amenazas que se ciernen sobre la democracia en el mundo. Muchas gracias y buenas tardes.
This concludes the general debate for today. We now move to the consideration of the emergency item. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much.
IPU Secretariat shall communicate the request and any such documents immediately to all member parliaments. The request was received from a member of the Mercosur Parliament, an associate member of the IPU, ostensible on behalf of a member of parliament from Argentina. In order to be admissible, the request would have to be submitted by the member of parliament himself or the Argentinian delegation. Therefore, it was deemed inadmissible. Before I ask the Secretary General to take the floor, I invite you to watch this short explanatory video guide on voting for emergency items.
Voting guide for emergency items during an assembly. Who can vote? To exercise their voting rights, member parliament delegations should not be in arrears of more than 2 years, should be registered on the list of participants, and physically in attendance at the time of the vote. Votes are held by roll call, and MPs must be present in the room at the time of the vote. Absence voids their ability to vote. Voting is based on a weighted system. Each IPU member parliament has a minimum of 10 votes. The basic 10-vote entitlement shall be reduced to 8 votes if a delegation is composed exclusively of parliamentarians of the same sex for 2 consecutive sessions. Delegations are entitled to additional votes based on the population of their country as shown in the following table. The number of votes allowed per delegation depends on the number of MPs present in the room at the time of the vote. 1 MP may cast a maximum of 10 votes, 2 MPs may cast a maximum of 20 votes, and 3 MPs are required to cast 21 votes or more. A delegation may split its vote entitlement to express the diverse views of its members. If a member parliament has 15 votes for an emergency item proposal, it may, for example, vote 6 in favor, 5 against, and 4 abstentions. In another emergency item proposal, it may choose to vote 10 votes in favor and 5 against. Please be reminded that for each proposal, members must use the full number of votes to which they are entitled. Delegations are requested to remain silent during the vote. For more information about the voting process, please scan the QR codes or visit the links presented here.
Our rules allow for 1 emergency item to be added to the agenda. The Assembly will therefore consider each request and vote on each one in order to be taken into consideration. A request must receive a 2/3 majority of the votes. I will now give the floor to 1 delegate from each delegation which has proposed an item, and to 1 delegate, if there is any, who is against the addition of the item to the agenda. We will hear the sponsors of the items and any possible opponents in sequence before holding a single vote by roll call on the different requests. According to Assembly Rule 12, speakers should refrain from going into the substance of the issues involved. They will have a maximum of 3 minutes each in which to state their case. We will now take up the first of the requests. I call on the speaker, Kugungungela Amadila from Namibia.
I rise today on behalf of the Africa Group to propose an emergency item titled Global Call for Parliamentary Solidarity and Coordinated Action on Madagascar. This proposal is not only a regional concern, but a global call to action. The unfolding political situation in Madagascar poses a serious threat to democratic governance, regional stability, and the rule of law. It is a matter that demands our urgent attention and collective response. The resolution is firmly grounded in international and regional instruments, including the Charter of the UN, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, and SADC protocols, all of which condemn actions that subvert constitutional order. When democracy is undermined in one country, the ripple effects weaken democratic institutions everywhere. This resolution calls for coordinated international action led by parliaments to support the Southern African Development Community, SADC, which is already leading mediation efforts on the ground. SADC has the legitimacy, the regional insight, and the diplomatic tools to broker peace, but it requires strong international backing. Through the Inter-parliamentary Union, parliaments around the world can provide the moral authority, diplomatic support, and solidarity needed to help restore constitutional order in Madagascar. The resolution seeks the immediate restoration of constitutional order, free and fair elections under international observation, protection of human rights and civic freedoms, and inclusive dialogue amongst all Malagasy stakeholders, being political parties, civil society, the military, youth, and women's groups. It also calls for accountability for alleged violence against civilians and solidarity with the people of Madagascar, including their elected representatives. Supporting this resolution is a stand for democracy, peace, and the rule of law. It is a commitment to preventing humanitarian crises, refugee flows, and regional instability. It is a demonstration of the IPU's ability to act decisively in moments of democratic fragility. Global parliamentary solidarity can help ensure a peaceful democratic transition in Madagascar, one that restores power to the people and reinforces our shared commitment to constitutional governance. I urge this Assembly to support the adoption of this emergency item. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone wish to speak against the inclusion of this item in our agenda? I can see. I can see. So I call on Mr. Rangisman Rom from Thailand.
Madam Chair, on behalf of the co-authors, Thailand, Argentina, Chile, Poland, and Sweden, and with the strong support of the GRULAC and 12+ group, as well as Senator Lucila Crexel and Congressman Fernando Iglesias of Argentina, it is my honor to present our proposal entitled Parliamentary Action Against Transnational Organized Crime, Cybercrime, and Hybrid Threat to Democracy and Human Security. Today, the world confronts a shadow empire built on fear and deception, an empire without borders, yet powerful enough to corrupt economies, infiltrate politics, and enslave lives. It feeds on inequality and indifference, and in doing so, erodes the very foundation of democracy. From drug cartels that poison our youth to assassination that silence defenders of truth, This empire leaves no nation untouched. The tragic killing of Senator Miguel Uribe Tupac of Colombia reminds us that organized crime is not a distant menace. It is a threat that strikes at the heart of democracy. What we face is a hybrid threat, a convergence of crime, corruption, and digital warfare. It manipulates information, weaponizes technologies, launder billions through cryptocurrency, and undermine public trust. Nowhere is this shadow empire more visible than in the rise of the scam compounds across Southeast Asia. Behind the screen and false promise are hundreds of thousands of people from multiple countries. Many deceived, coerced, and trapped in conditions that defy humanity, human dignity. A recent joint international operation froze assets worth over $15 billion, revealing only the surface of this vast criminal economy. Madam Chair, if we remain silent, this empire will keep expanding, feeding on our inaction. We call upon all Parliament to unite, to close legal loopholes, strengthen anti-trafficking frameworks, and ensure response that are human, right-based, and grounded in dignity and justice. Let us build cooperation, and that is as borderless and as the crime we face. Let us act not only with resolve, but with humanity, because the true measure of democracy is not how loudly we condemn injustice, but how decisively we confront it together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the inclusion of this item in our agenda?
Russian Federation.
Russian Federation, you have the floor, 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I have to oppose this idea for procedural reasons, because I do not believe that this initiative, this proposal, complies with Assembly Rule 11.2, which stipulates that a request must relate to a recent major situation of international concern. I see that the first proposal is related to a recent major situation in a certain country. I do not see any situation in the second proposal, and our rules of procedure describe emergency items as related to situations. This second proposal is related to a problem, to a topic, I do not know what, but not to a recent major situation. Simply does not comply with our rules of procedure. And secondly, it was received only today, just 3 or 4 hours ago. We remember how 1 year ago, 12 Plus used a falsified argumentation for its initiative to have an emergency debate using a never-existing statement by the Secretary General of the United Nations. Since that time, we decided we should introduce 48 hours threshold in order to be able to have a proper fact-checking of any proposal. And now we do not have this opportunity because this initiative, this motion, contains many facts and many references. And again, we are deprived a possibility to have a proper fact-checking, neither to have an opportunity to discuss this proposal in our geopolitical groups, because it was submitted only 3 or 4 hours ago. So again, my opposition is rather procedural than to the content. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to explain that according to Rule 11.3 Rules of the Assembly, the Steering Committee decides and gives the opinion about on this, it's admissible. And I would like to tell that steering committee met today morning and gave the positive opinion. And of course, there is possibility, because you have to vote against. You can vote against if you don't want this proposal. And of course, it will be debate on emergency item. So, and I'd like to add that it can be only one vote for, one presentation for and against. So I think we have everything. Now I give the floor to the Secretary General. Dear Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe that it is all clear that we have two emergency items, proposals before us. And as you have just said, these are proposals that have been examined by the Steering Committee of the Assembly, and the Steering Committee has decided that they qualify as emergency items. You've had the arguments for the two emergency item proposals that are before you, and according to the rules of the Assembly, if you have two or more competing proposals for the emergency item, you will have to proceed to a vote by roll call. And earlier on in this session of the Assembly, you did watch a video regarding how the voting procedure will unfold. But we may consider that many of you were not in the room at the time that this video was being played. And Madam President, for reasons of transparency, maybe you will allow me to read out in extenso the procedure that will be utilized now for the voting on the two items that you have before you. And this procedure is governed by Article 16.1 of the statutes. The statutes in that particular article stipulate that the Assembly shall vote by roll call, except when the decision before the Assembly meets with no opposition. The number of votes allocated to each delegation is to be found in document A151 inf.2. The number of votes indicated corresponds to the number of delegates announced. Delegations in arrears of more than 2 years of contributions are not entitled to vote under the provisions of Article 5.2 of the statutes, and thus do not appear on the list that you have available to you. In accordance with Article 15.1 of the statutes, only delegates physically present in the plenary at the moment of the vote can take part in the vote. So there's no voting by proxy. The statutes provide that no single delegate can record more than 10 votes, and that is governed by Article 15.3 of the statutes. This means that if a delegation is entitled to, for example, 21 or more votes, it will need the physical presence of at least 3 delegates in the room to cast its full entitlement of votes. To ensure that a diversity of views can be expressed through the vote, the statutes envisage the possibility of splitting the votes cast by a delegation on any given subject, and that is Article 15.3 of the statutes. If a delegation is entitled to a total of 15 votes, for example, it can register 6 votes in favor, 5 against, and 4 abstentions, or 10 in favor, 5 against. Vote splitting is not mandatory. The delegation may decide to cast all 15 of its votes for or against the motion. So, as Madam President, you have just indicated, we have 2 competing proposals for the emergency item. Instead of proceeding with a separate roll call vote on each of the items, the proposals, it is our practice to combine all votes into one round. For each of the proposals, for each of the 2 proposals in turn, one by one, please state how much your delegation will cast, how your delegation will cast the total number of votes to which it is entitled. Madam President, I believe that is the procedure that you and your colleagues will now use to decide on the item that will be registered on the agenda of the IPU Assembly as an emergency item, or why not, sometimes as has been the case in the past, no item qualifies following the vote. So, Madam President, if this procedure is clear, you may now call on your colleagues to proceed with the voting by roll call, and I will ask my colleague, Ambassador Philip, to handle that operation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. I think everything is clear. That's why, please, Ambassador Philip, let's start the procedure.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I understand we are ready to start the vote. The two proposals have been explained. They have very clear titles, but just to make things easier, when I call upon you to cast your votes, I will be referring to the proposal on Madagascar and the proposal on organized crime. Each country will be using its full allocation of votes. My colleagues here at the side table will be carefully recording your vote. We would kindly ask that you speak clearly into the microphone, indicating the number of votes for, against, or abstention. And of course, in order to conduct the elections in a smooth and time-efficient manner, it would be tremendously helpful for us if we can have silence in the room. So if you agree, we will start with the first delegation seated here in the room, the delegation of Spain. You have 16 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please. Okay, now. Okay, it's good, yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
16 abstention, Madagascar.
Proposal on organized crime.
16 in favor.
Thank you. We move to Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, you have 14 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
No, madam, not with the post proposal.
Against?
Against.
Proposal on organized crime?
Support for that.
In favor. Thank you. Excuse me, we have colleagues in the room. We just need to ascertain, please. Sri Lanka, do you have two parliamentarians voting? Present in the room? Yes, yes, okay. We move on to Suriname. You have 10 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
2 in favor and 8 absent.
Proposal on organized crime, please.
10 in favor and 0 against.
Thank you. We move to Sweden, 13 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
Proposal on Madagascar, abstain.
Organized crime.
Organized crime, in favor. And we are 3 delegates in the room.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This has been well noted. We move to Switzerland. Switzerland, you have 12 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
12 abstentions.
Proposal on organized crime.
12 in favor.
Thank you. Thailand, you have 18 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
Abstain.
18 abstention. Proposal on organized crime.
18 vote in favor.
Thank you. Togo, I'm looking for Togo, not present. Tunisia. Do we have Tunisia in the room? No. Turkey, 19 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
15 votes in favor. For the other...
You have a total of 19.
Yes. 15 for Madagascar, 4 for Thailand.
For each proposal, we are voting separately.
Okay, I
so
understand.
the 19 votes, how would you like to cast them on Madagascar?
Okay. Then 19 in favor for Madagascar, 19 in favor Thailand.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you very much. Turkmenistan, Uganda, Ukraine, UAE, United Arab Emirates. You have 13 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
In favor.
Organized crime.
Abstain.
Thank you. United Kingdom, you have 18 votes. First proposal on Madagascar.
18 votes in favor.
Organized crime.
18 votes in favor.
Well noted. Thank you.
We have 2 parliamentarians in the room.
Yes, I see. Thank you. Uruguay, you have 11 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please. We need your microphone on.
10 a favor, 10 favor.
You have 11 votes.
Abstención.
So proposal on Madagascar, you are?
10 a favor y una abstención.
Okay.
Y de another.
Just a second, it's been noted. And the proposal on organized crime, please.
11 a favor.
Yeah, 11 in favor. Thank you. Uzbekistan, Vietnam, you have 20 votes. Just a moment. Yeah, the microphone is on. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
20 votes abstained.
Proposal on organized crime.
20 votes in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yemen. Yemen, you have 13 votes. Proposal on Madagascar,
7
please.
أصوات مدغشقر و6 أصوات
Just a second.
الجريمة المنظمة.
They are over there.
7 أصوات لقضية مدغشقر و6 أصوات لموضوع الجريمة المنظمة. سمعنا. مرة ثانية.
I'm afraid the interpretation we did not hear clearly. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't have the... you need to cast the full 13 votes on each of the proposals separately. So 13 votes, how do you cast them for the proposal on Madagascar?
13 مدغشقر و13 للجريمة المنظمة.
Yeah. Okay, my colleagues have that. And on the proposal for organized crime, please? Okay. 13 in favor, I'm told. It's all clear. Thank you. Zambia, 14 votes. Madam Speaker, the proposal on Madagascar, please.
Thank you. For Madagascar, 14 in favor.
Proposal on organized crime.
14 against.
Well noted. Thank you. Zimbabwe, 13 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
13 in favor.
Proposal on organized crime.
13 against.
Thank you. We move to Albania. Algeria, you have 16 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
شكرا. تعلن الجزائر 16 صوتا مع البند المقدم من جنوب افريقيا مدغشقر و16 صوتا ضد مقترح 12 زائد.
Do we have the second proposal too? Yes. Thank you very much. This has been well noted. Andorra, 10 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
Contre?
Say that again, please. The microphone just turned on now. Go ahead.
Ahí está, ¿eh? Madagascar,
Yes.
10 contre.
And proposal on organized crime?
10 a favor.
Thank you very much. Angola, 15 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
15 in favor.
Proposal on organized crime?
15 against.
Thank you. Argentina, proposal on Madagascar, you have 16 votes.
16 en contra.
Proposal on organized crime?
16 a favor.
Thank you very much. Armenia, you have 11 votes. Proposal on Madagascar?
Abstain.
Proposal on organized crime?
11 in favor.
Thank you. Australia, you have 14 votes. On the proposal regarding Madagascar, please.
14 votes abstain.
Proposal on organized crime?
14 votes in favour of Thailand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Austria, 12 votes. Proposal on Madagascar?
6 votes in favor and 6 votes abstention.
Proposal on organized crime?
12 votes in favor.
Thank you. Azerbaijan, Bahamas, Bahrain, you have 11 votes. Proposal on Madagascar?
11 in favor.
Proposal on organized crime?
11 in favor.
Thank you. Well noted. Belarus, I see one delegate in the room. You have 10 votes. On the proposal for Madagascar, please.
10 votes in favor.
Proposal on organized crime?
10 votes abstention.
Thank you. Belgium, you have 13 votes. First proposal on Madagascar.
13 votes against.
Proposal on organized crime?
13 votes in favor.
Thank you. Well noted. Benin, Bhutan, Mr. Speaker, you have 10 votes. Proposal on Madagascar?
10 votes in abstention.
Proposal on organized crime?
10 votes in favor of Thailand.
Well noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bosnia and Herzegovina, Botswana, you have 11 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
In favor of Madagascar.
And organized crime?
Against.
Thank you. We move to Brazil with 22 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
22, 20, abstenção.
Proposal on organized crime?
22 a favor.
So all votes in favor.
Todos os votos
Do
a
we
favor.
have Brunei Darussalam, Bulgaria, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Cabo Verde? Cabo Verde, you have 10 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
10 votos a favor.
Proposal on organized crime?
5 votos a favor, 0 contra e 5 abstenções.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cambodia, 13 votes no. Cameroon? Canada, we have 16 votes for Canada. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
16 in favor.
Proposal on organized crime?
16 in favor.
Thank you. Chad, 13 votes.
13 pour Madagascar,
Et la crime organisée.
13 pour.
Merci. Chile, 13 votes as well. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
13 votos, abstención.
Proposal on organized crime.
13 votos a favor.
Thank you. China, you have 23 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
23 abstention.
Proposal on organized crime.
13 abstention.
Thank
10
you.
against.
Thank you. Costa Rica. Costa Rica, you have 12 votes. I'm sorry? Sorry, 10 votes, sorry. Costa Rica, 10 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
5 a favor, 5 abstenciones.
And proposal on organized crime?
10 a favor.
Well noted, thank you. Croatia. Croatia, you have 11 votes. I'm just waiting for the mic to come on, okay. Proposal on Madagascar, please. 10, I understand there's one delegate, 10 votes therefore. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
10. Abstention of 10 votes. Abstention.
Abstention. Proposal on organized crime.
10 votes in favor.
Thank you. Cyprus, 11 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
5 in favor, 5 abstain.
And the proposal on organized crime?
5 in favor, 5 abstain. 10.
Yes.
Okay. She told me.
So Cyprus?
6 in favor, 5 abstain for the first, 6 in favor, 5 abstain in the second.
Thank you. Thank you. Math is not our forte at this time of the day. Okay. Thank you very much. Czechia, you have 10 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
10 votes against.
Proposal on organized crime.
10 votes in favor.
Thank you. Democratic Republic of the Congo, you have 20 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
20 voix pour la proposition sur Madagascar. Nous sommes 4 délégués dans la salle.
Et la proposition sur la crime organisée?
20 voix contre.
Noted. Thank you. Denmark, 12 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
6 in favor and 6 abstain.
Proposal on organized crime.
12 in favor.
Thank you. Djibouti.
Over here. 11, c'est bon?
Yeah, 11 votes. Please go ahead. Yeah.
11 voix pour Madagascar.
Et la deuxième proposition?
Et 11 voix abstention pour le crime organisé.
Bien noté. Merci beaucoup. Dominican Republic. Yes, you have 13 votes.
Dominican Republic, 13 votos en abstención para Madagascar y 13 a favor para crimen organizado.
Well noted, thank you. Ecuador, 10 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
10 votos, abstención.
Proposal on organized crime.
10 votos a favor.
Thank you. Egypt, Equatorial Guinea, you have 11 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
11 votos a favor.
Organized crime.
11 votos en contra.
Thank you. Estonia, Eswatini, you have 11 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
11 in favor,
Proposal on organized crime.
11 against.
Thank you. Ethiopia, 20 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
20 votes in favor,
Proposal on organized crime.
20 votes in favor.
Thank you. Fiji. Fiji, you have 10 votes. How do you vote on the proposal regarding Madagascar, please?
10 in favor on Madagascar, 10 in favor organized crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finland. Finland, you have 12 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
Abstain.
Organized crime.
12 in favor.
Merci. La France, vous avez 18 voix. Proposition sur le Madagascar.
Pour.
Crime organisé.
18 pour.
Merci. Gambia. Do we have Gambia in the room? No, sorry. Georgia. 1 delegate, 10 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
Abstention.
Organized crime.
In favor.
Thank you. Germany, you have 19 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
9 in favor, 10 abstentions.
Proposal on organized crime.
19 in favor.
Thank you. Ghana, you have 15 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
15 in favor of Madagascar,
And organized crime.
15 against.
Thank you. Greece, 13 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
Votes in favor, 8 votes abstention.
Can you say that again, please?
5 votes in favor, 8 votes abstention.
And second proposal on organized crime.
13 votes in favor.
Thank you. Well noted. Hungary, 10 votes for Hungary. Proposal on Madagascar.
10 votes against.
Proposal on organized crime.
10 votes in favor.
Well noted. Thank you. Iceland, 10 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
10 votes abstention.
Organized crime.
10 vote favor.
Thank you. India, 23 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
23 votes, all in favor.
Proposal on organized crime.
23 votes, all abstentions.
Thank you. We move to Iran. Iran, you have 19 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
9 votes in favor.
You need to cast the full amount of 19 votes individually for each proposal.
Yeah, and 10 votes in favor of
Yes?
Thailand.
Okay, my colleagues are going to come and explain, and we're going to come back to Iran in just a moment. I'll make a note of this. And we move to Ireland. And after Ireland, we have Italy. Italy, you have 17 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
All abstentions.
Proposal on organized crime.
All in favor.
Well noted. Thank you, Mr. President. Jamaica, Japan. Japan, you have 10 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
10 in favor.
Proposal on organized crime.
10 in favor.
Thank you. We move to Jordan. Jordan has 13 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
13 صوتا لصالح مقترح جنوب افريقيا، 13 صوت امتناع لمقترح تايلاند.
Was it for both? Okay, your vote has been recorded for both proposals. Thank you. Kazakhstan, Kenya. Kenya, you have 17 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
17 in favor.
Proposal on organized crime.
Abstain.
Thank you. Well noted. We move to Laos with 12 votes.
Abstention.
For the first proposal on Madagascar and the second proposal.
12 votes in favor.
Thank you. We move to Latvia. Latvia, you have 11 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
11 votes against.
Proposal on organized crime.
11 votes in favor.
Thank you. Lesotho. Lesotho has 11 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
11 votes in favor.
Proposal on organized crime.
Abstention.
All abstention. Thank you. Libya, 12 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
12 صوتا مع مقترح مدغشقر. 12 صوتا ضد مقترح الجريمة المنظمة.
We have recorded the votes on both proposals. Thank you. Liechtenstein, 10 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
10 votes abstain.
Proposal on organized crime.
10 votes in favor.
Thank you. Lithuania, 11 votes. First proposal on Madagascar.
Yes. All 11 against.
Proposal on organized crime.
All 11 in favor.
Thank you. We move to Luxembourg. 10 votes. Proposal, no, not in the room. We move to Madagascar. Not present. Malaysia, you have 15 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
For Madagascar, 15 votes for.
Proposal on organized crime.
8 votes for, 7 votes against.
Thank you. We move to Maldives with 10 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
10 in favor.
Proposal on organized crime.
10 in favor.
Thank you. We move to Malta with 10 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
10 votes in favor.
Proposal on organized crime.
10 votes in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mauritania, you have 12 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
موريتانيا تعطي 12 صوت لمقترح مدغشقر و12 صوت ممتنع عن التصويت لمقترح الجريمة المنظمة.
Both proposals? Well noted, thank you. We move to Mauritius with 11 votes. First proposal on Madagascar.
10 votes for Madagascar and 1 vote for the transnational organized crime.
For each proposal, you can cast the full amount of votes. So how would you like to cast your votes on Madagascar?
Full votes for Madagascar.
11 in favor?
Yes.
And proposal on organized crime?
1.
1 in favor and 10?
Oui, but ça veut dire against.
And 10 against. Okay. We move to Mexico with 20 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
20 abstenciones y 20 votos a favor al crimen organizado.
Bien notado. Gracias. Monaco, 10 votes. Montenegro, 10 votes, please. Proposal on Madagascar.
10 votes abstained.
Organized crime.
10 votes in favor.
Thank you. Morocco, 15 votes. 1 delegate, 10 votes, please. Proposal on Madagascar.
10 voix pour la proposition de Madagascar et 10 voix contre celle du crime organisé.
Bien noté, je vous remercie. Mozambique, 15 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
15 votes in favor.
Proposal on organized crime.
15 votes abstention.
Thank you. Namibia, 11 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
Madagascar in support and Thailand against.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well noted. Nepal, you have 14 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
Yes, 14 vote in favor.
Proposal on organized crime.
All abstention.
Thank you. Netherlands, 13 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
6 votes in favor, 7 votes abstention.
Proposal on organized crime.
13 votes in favor.
Well noted, thank you. New Zealand, 12 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
12 abstentions.
Proposal on organized crime.
12 in favor.
Thank you. Niger, Nigeria, 22 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
Madagascar, 22 votes in favor.
Proposal on organized crime.
22 votes abstain.
Thank you. North Macedonia, 11 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
11 in favor.
Proposal on organized crime.
11 in favor.
Thank you. Well
Thank you.
noted. We move to Norway, 12 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
Votes abstention for Madagascar.
Proposal on organized crime.
12 votes in favor.
Thank you. Oman. Oman has 12 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
12 votes in favor.
Proposal on organized crime.
12 votes abstain.
Thank you. Pakistan, 22 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
For the first proposal, there are 20 votes in abstention.
22, all the votes abstain, right?
Yes.
Yes. And organized crime?
So 10 votes in abstention and 10 votes no.
You have 12 votes in total, so you have 22 votes in total.
Okay, so half in abstention, 11 in abstention, and 11 no.
Thank you very much. Palestine, Paraguay, 12 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
Buenas tardes. Madagascar, abstención. Tailandia, Argentina, y Chile, a favor.
All in favor of the second proposal. Thank you. Peru, 15 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
Madagascar against and organized crime in favor.
Thank you. Philippines. Okay. We move on to the fourth and last page. Poland with 15 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
15 votes against, please.
A proposal on organized crime.
15 votes for.
Thank you. Well noted. Portugal, 13 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
13 votos contra.
Proposal on organized crime.
13 votos a favor.
Thank you. Qatar, Republic of Korea, 17 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
17 votes in favor.
Proposal on organized crime.
17 votes in favor. 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 17
Romania, 13 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
On Madagascar, abstain.
Organized crime.
In favor, all of them.
Thank you, Romania. We move to the Russian Federation, 20 votes. First proposal on Madagascar.
20 in favor,
Proposal on organized crime.
20 against.
Noted, thank you. Rwanda, 13 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
Madagascar, 13 voix pour.
Proposition
Criminalité
sur-
organisée, 13 abstentions.
Bien noté, nous vous remercions. San Marino, Sao Tome, Saudi Arabia, Senegal. Saudi Arabia we do have, excuse me, I was going too quickly. I was looking at that side of the room. Saudi Arabia, you have 15 votes. Proposal on Madagascar, please.
15 vote in favor.
Proposal on organized crime.
Abstention.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Senegal. Okay. Serbia. Serbia we have in the room with 10 votes. Proposal on Madagascar,
12.
please.
I think we had 12.
Okay. I'm sorry, I was looking on the other side.
Okay, it's
We
okay.
have 2 MPs, we have 12 votes.
Yeah.
Serbia, your votes on Madagascar,
Yeah,
please.
proposal on Madagascar, 12 abstain.
Proposal on organized crime.
Organized crime, 12 in favor.
Thank you very much. Well noted. Seychelles. Do we have Seychelles in the room? No. Sierra Leone? No. Singapore? Singapore, you have 12 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
12 abstentions.
Proposal on organized crime.
12 in favor.
Thank you. Slovenia, 11 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
11, first proposal, 11 abstain,
Second proposal.
11 in favor.
Thank you. Well noted. Somalia, 13 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
Proposal on Madagascar, 13 votes in favor.
Proposal on organized crime.
Proposal on organized crime, 13 votes in favor.
Thank you. South Africa, 18 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
Africa, all 18 in favor on Madagascar
Propo-
and against on the motion by Thailand.
Well noted. Thank you, Madam Speaker. South Sudan, 13 votes. Proposal on Madagascar.
13 votes in favor of Madagascar, 13 votes abstain.
Thank you. So I finished this list, and now I would like to go back to Iran. Iran, you had 19 votes. How do you vote on the first proposal on Madagascar?
19 votes in favor.
And second proposal on organized crime?
19 votes in favor.
Thank you very much. And I've just received a note that the delegation of Tunisia is in the room with 3 MPs. You are entitled to 13 votes. So we're just going to re-verify the votes for Tunisia, please. On the first proposal regarding Madagascar, La Tunisie.
13 صوت لصالح البند الطارئ المقترح من المجموعة الإفريقية.
And on the second proposal, please.
امتناع.
Okay, 13 abstentions on the second proposal. Okay, this has been well noted. I'd like to ask now if all the delegations have voted. It appears to be the case. Madam President, I believe the vote can be declared closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Philip. So the vote, I declare the vote closed.
Madam President, I apologize. I got another note. I understand Turkey also wants to verify its vote. So
19
Turkey, you have 19 votes.
for
We're going to
Madagascar.
repeat how Turkey has voted on the first proposal.
In favor for Madagascar, 19 votes.
And the second proposal?
19 votes abstention.
Okay, everyone is happy that they have voted? Yes, it appears to be the case. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, here are the results of the votes which have just been held. The proposal number first, Global Call for Parliamentary Solidarity and Coordinated Action of Madagascar. Positive votes 743. Negative votes, 158. Abstentions, 448. Total of yes or no votes, 901. Two-thirds of the votes, 601. So this proposal reached the majority two-thirds. Results of the subject second, parliamentary action against transnational organized crime, cybercrime and hybrid threats to democracy and human security. Positive votes, 850. Negative votes, 219. Abstentions, 280. Total of yes and no votes, 1,069. And this proposal, of course, reached the two-thirds of votes.
How many?
So it was 713. But in such a situation, when both proposals reach the specified majority, we have to see how many votes received both proposals. And the proposal number 2 has 713 votes, and this proposal was adopted. So I conclude that the request of Thailand, supported by Argentina, Chile, Poland, and Sweden, and support of GRULAC and 12+ group, received both the necessary majority and the highest number of positive votes, and this will be added to the agenda as item 10. May I remind all delegations that a debate on the emergency item will be held in this hall tomorrow, 22nd October at 9 a.m. I would like to invite you all to participate in the debate. Before finishing with item 2 of the agenda, I wish to invite the Secretary General to explain the procedure for the composition of the drafting committee at this point. Please, Secretary General, you have the floor.
Very quickly, Madam President. Madam President. Order. Madam President, normally the drafting of the resolution on the emergency item is entrusted to a drafting committee following a debate in the plenary. And so tomorrow, following the plenary debate starting from 9 o'clock, the Assembly will have to appoint a drafting committee to prepare a resolution for the Assembly's consideration. And normally, according to the rules and practice, the drafting committee normally comprises a total of 11 members, and some geopolitical groups have already indicated who their representatives will be on the drafting committee. We are yet to hear from the Arab group, the Asia-Pacific group, Eurasia, and the 12+ group. So we encourage those geopolitical groups to carry out the necessary consultations and submit to the Secretariat the names of their representatives on the drafting committee. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Secretary General, and thank you all for sitting and voting, and see you tomorrow. I close this day of sessions.